What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. We realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Mossi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Mossi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
started lining up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool, not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even be fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? That's the truth. Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. We say PMF ain't
It's no problem. It's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
Let's ask one. I love you. Tell Sutek. Tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You heard it right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
what the fuck up?
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little lot. He like that.
So he like...
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find? How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all?
Genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all
I
did.
don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.
Good afternoon, good people. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. If for any reason I sound choppy or whatever the case may be, please let me know, man. So I can try to resolve and fix whatever it is going on. Before we get started, I do want to shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all tapping in, tuning in. You know what I'm saying? You dig. It is going to be what it's going to be, when it's going to be, what it's going to be, how it's going to be. Period. We got a nice little show today. We're going to address some lies of the Aboriginals. We're going to address the FBA a little bit and a few other things. And I'm not slacking or lacking or letting up on none of these cowards. At the end of the day, none of them. And I'm just standing on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, they getting no playing my wrath for none of that they talking about. Like, for real. And we're going to make sure we handle our business the way we're supposed to handle our business, y'all. So again, man, like the show, share the show. Before we get going, I want to show y'all something. I want to show y'all something, man. Before I even get this show on the road, I'm going to show you what kind of person or what kind of people you're dealing with, right? They're sick in the head. Yeah, these dudes are sick in the head. Like real bad, sick in the head, bad, like down bad, sick in the head. So, what you getting at, Sean? What you mean? Well, I'm about to show you. And I'm going to let them rock out for a little bit, too. And then I'm going to get into my shit. Hold on. Before I get going, let me answer a couple questions in the chat. And again, peace to everybody in the chat tapping in. Listen, man. These abos, they want to be y'all so bad, bro. These people, hold on, let me take it off the screen. These people want to steal the indigenous people's culture so bad that they're willing to do anything. Anything. If they see the word Aboriginal or indigenous, they will migrate to that with no understanding of what this author is referring to or talking about. I'm going to show that. I also got a bone to pick, and the reason why I'm telling y'all you got to give up. They came before Columbus. You got to give up that came before Columbus. Because Leo Weiner says that the people that were here in the Americas, they didn't have shit. They didn't create nothing. They didn't build anything. They got all their shit from Africa. One of his largest arguments is, especially because it's a whole book, volume 2 is dedicated to tobacco in different forms, and he makes a whole argument in that book. He claims that smoking tobacco was an African thing, and it is where the Indians got it from. Like, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up at all. And it's like beyond pathetic. I might get it again, bro. Like crazy. So I want to show y'all this shit. Leo Weiner, he a disingenuous junkie. He disingenuous, bro. Let's see, he was on drugs. Yeah, he was a supremacist. No verifiable sources at all. That's correct. Always Win says, you're trying to tell me you from Africa? Sounds like somebody having an identity crisis both ways. Are you talking to somebody in the chat? Do people do that with African too? What are you talking about? Let me clear something up for you. This ain't about no scholarship. Quit playing with OTK. Scholarship is all I get. What's going on, Gullah? All you gonna see is scholarship. All my sources in the description. The information that I'm gonna bring ain't nothing, but all I deal with is information. Whoever you are. And I hope you get back in the lab. And you want to know if we're African, we're absolutely, we are descendants of people that come directly from the continent. And when a black person in America, before the arrival of Columbus and any Spanish, put it to you like that, north, south, or central, who we are, we was on them ships with the Spanish, straight up. And then this dude said this right here. FBA DNA is not the same as African, but yeah, we just had a brother that came on the panel last night who claimed to be the king of FBA, who got DNA, and it's the same. So you psychologically, you out of your mind, because we read the statement when Tariq Nasheed put the FBA movement shit together, the FBA movement together. It's off the backs of knowing about the blacks that were brought here to America and built America. Where did them black people come from? He keep dismissing that in that statement, and none of you niggas can tell me where them black people that he talked about in his opening statement in that 1526 article, in that 1526 assessment that he's using from that Spanish guy. Who were those people? They came from Africa. And it wasn't a whole bunch of them either. It was like 11 of them. They revolted, ran away, skirmished off. 11 of them. Whoop-de-doo, 11 people. They didn't integrate with Indians or none of that shit. So when someone else came later, they found them, and that's why they called the Negroes captives. You don't even know the history of the story behind who he's claiming. So I don't even know what you're talking about in the chat. So what you really need to do is stop listening to niggas on YouTube and open up a book and read something. That's the problem with you niggas. No FBA blood. What the fuck is FBA blood? What is FBA? What does FBA DNA look like? What What's the haplogroup? What's the mitochondrial? What's the mtDNA? What's that? What's the autosomal DNA? What is it? Tell me what FBA DNA look like, nigga. You want me to drop the link? I ain't even got to get into my shit. We can get straight to it. You got some sources? Let me know in the chat. I ain't reading no more of the chat. Let me know if you got sources, if you got a presentation together, whatever the fuck you got. I don't even know the fuck you are. You just in the chat typing. Both of you niggas. Nah, break out my face now, bro.
See him come out.
Exactly. That's all they got is Twitter fingers. So again, if you claim to be FBA and you claim to say that FBA got different DNA than other motherfuckers, show and prove it. You have no distinct haplogroup that separates you from being a descendant of Africa. You're going to carry the same admixtures and haplogroups as other black people in America. But you FBA. Ain't nothing special about you, nigga. You 3 years old. You a child. If we just really want to be real, you a pandemic movement, my nigga. Fuck is you in the chat talking about? You a pandemic movement. Ain't shit about you settled. You have no history books. You have no history. You have no culture. You have no language. You have nothing. You're illegitimate, nigga. You came about behind a pandemic. You a COVID baby. You a COVID baby. I am calm. Don't confuse my passion for who the fuck I am with not being calm. Just because you carry yourself a certain way, I don't have to carry myself a certain way. You on my platform. I give two shits about who you are. You on my platform. I will bring you up, let you talk, beat your ass, kick you off. I require evidence. You claimed in my chat that FBA DNA is different from other people. Prove it. Prove it. You claim that FBA DNA is different from other people. My nigga, it's teaching time. Let's go. Hey, man, Port, what up, Port? What's good with your brother? I see y'all got TikTok back, man. Y'all did all that, you know what I'm saying? Shoe showing. Now y'all done got y'all bullshit back, brother. I'm happy for y'all, man. I really am, man. I am excited that y'all were able to get your shit back. I don't know how long y'all got it back, but, you know. You know, you got time. Man, that motherfucker, he was his this dumbass nigga in the chat, MAGA guy, TikTok back. Motherfucker, he responsible for the shit getting removed. Remember, he wanted that shit gone years ago. And then the Republican Party wanted that shit gone because it wasn't American-made type shit. So I don't care nothing about no TikTok. Nigga, I ain't got no TikTok. Fuck out of here. Y'all got TikTok. Y'all consumed with that shit. I ain't consumed with that. I don't give a fuck. But I'm glad y'all got it back. I don't care nothing about what you talking about. Go deliver them groceries, though, Matthew. That's what you better do. Go Uber Eats. Make you an honest living with Uber Eats. What do that? I put the link in the chat. Don't do all of that. Many West Africans are phenotypically indistinct from primates. What the fuck are you talking, bro? I don't care nothing about none of that shit you talking about in the chat. Hit the motherfucking link. Let's get the cooking. Let's go. I stay ready, so I ain't gotta get ready. Let's go. You see me post that link in the chat. Don't duck the fade now, nigga. You claim that FBA is different from motherfucking Africans. Okay, prove it. Look what he says. This is his proof. Proof, Sean. Please look up Lucia woman, a black woman. This how slow you is, bro. Lucia is not a black woman. Lucia is of the same shit them people is down there. Guess what she got? The same goddamn DNA as these Native Americans that you see in my chat popping up. She got the same haplogroup them motherfuckers got. Them Sonora people, they are all the same people. And you ain't even got Lucia DNA. You don't have it. You got Lucio's DNA, and Lucio's DNA goes back to the Paleo Indians. The Paleo Indians was crossing the bridge, the Bering Strait, the whole 9 yards. You ain't even got shit. Lucia can't be your grounds for argument. So you're gonna have to do better than that. You claimed in the chat haplogroups do not define genetic descendancy. Yes, what the fuck do you think a haplogroup is? Go read the definition of a haplogroup. Then you said FBA DNA has factors that do not exist in any African Bushman savage. Then you call motherfuckers Bushman savage. Listen here, bitch. Yeah, I'm saying it just like that. So children, I apologize because there are kids, teenagers that actually watch this channel, gain information and knowledge just so that they can prepare themselves and defend themselves against stupid people like you, grown, dumb motherfuckers that didn't graduate. I'm calling you that. Oh, shit. Here she go. What do you want?
Hey, boo.
Oh, no. What the fuck do you want, bro?
Yo, Sean be doing me dirty. I'm just coming as a gentle reminder that your channel is getting new people here. Everybody don't know what a haplogroup is.
No, he's saying this shit in the chat.
No, but he's one person in the chat. But let's just say there is a silent watcher who feels like they're not even able to make a comment. So there's more people that are
because I can answer.
No, but I'm saying there's more people watching than there's people commenting, right? So you might have to say, well, a haplogroup is da 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 da. So what is it that you're trying to say?
We got shows on haplogroups. If y'all interested,
see what I'm saying? Like you know what? I'm really into plants, right? And there's some people who break down like how you know when to make a cutting, how you know when to transplant, how you know they don't be like, you know what, watch my archives. They don't do that. They actually break that shit down. So I'm just saying, as a YouTube watcher, watching another YouTube channel,
to you, right?
Because you're stubborn as fuck.
No,
that's what it is.
I'm telling you the truth.
You're stubborn as fuck. You're stubborn as fuck. But you know what? I know Ben who be watching these channels. I know Kofi and all of them that they gonna be like, you know what? Sis was breaking it down. She was telling you the truth, and they gonna come back in the background. They gonna tell you.
Do you understand why I'm not listening to what you're saying?
Be wrong and strong. Be wrong and strong, Sean. That's you. And this is me.
I'll ask you a question. I ask you a question. Do you understand why I'm not listening to you right now?
Because you don't give a fuck.
Nope. Has nothing to do with
it. Okay, go ahead. Tell me. I don't know why. I'm answering you. Do you know why? No, I don't.
You said you was in the chat, right?
No, I'm not. I'm on the fucking panel right now.
You just not.
Well, right now, I hit the goddamn link. I'm answering you.
In the chat?
I hit the goddamn link.
Okay, so is this not your comment right here? Do I need to put it on here?
Go ahead, put it.
This your comment, right?
I don't know what I was talking about at that point.
Listen, it ain't about what you was talking about at that point. My point is this: I was dealing with somebody in the chat, so I'm not
But
really.
everybody in the chat don't know they can't prove it.
Let me finish. I'm trying to
Okay, go ahead.
finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm dealing with somebody in the chat, so therefore I ain't even paying attention to what you're talking about. Right, wrong, or
you never paying attention.
You're not listening. You're not listening. Let me finish. I'm almost through. I'm dealing with somebody in the chat that's making claims and then saying that they can prove it. So I am not thinking about that. Now, hold to your point, since you came up here and say, well, what about the silent listener and this, that, and the third? Where the hell you trying to go off on? If that person shows up, guess what, Sean?
They're not going to, because that's what silent means.
Hold on. You don't know that.
Okay, go ahead.
You don't know
that.
that.
Go ahead.
What do Sean get to do?
Ignore them.
No, Sean gets to explain exactly what a haplogroup is.
What's a haplogroup, Sean?
Now I'm going to kick you off.
He make me sick, y'all. He make me absolutely sick, y'all. He make me sick on real life and in fake life. YouTube life.
You want me to drop your social in the chat? I just want to
know. You know what? These threats is getting a little old, Sean. You know what? I'm about to unfriend your ass right now. Let me go unfriend you right now because it don't seem like we friends. We like fake friends because you gonna be keep throwing this in my face. Because what people gonna do right now is be like, I'm gonna find Sean P on Facebook and I'm gonna go through all his friends and find
good luck. It's like 6,000 of them motherfuckers. You ain't finding. You ain't gonna find.
Okay. Well, go ahead and try to find who melanated is from Sean P's.
Look. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I wasn't paying no attention. This is why I wasn't paying no attention. Look at the comment of this motherfucker in the chat. Bro.
No, but that's a fake person. You know what I'm saying?
It's an abo.
Yeah, they are abo. If you were a genealogist, you wouldn't be an abo.
No, he's a geneticist. He's a
geneticist. If you was a geneticist, you wouldn't be an abo because your genes go way beyond your grandmother and your great grandmother. So tell me when you can tell me what 1/64 of your DNA is. And if that 1/64 or 1/32 of your DNA, or no, not even one, tell me if 8 out of 32 of your ancestors were indigenous Aboriginal. You know, that would at least make you 1/4 Abo. But right now, you talking about your grandma, your great grandma. Miss me with that bullshit.
See,
you feel me? Because
see, now you feel like I feel. You see how you just got away from all of that? Oh, you just came up here. But these people don't know, Sean.
They don't know, Sean. It's people that no, but for real, it's people that watching that they too scared. You just can't the algorithm.
I get that, but how many times? And listen, this is okay. So this is the thing. When you go to grade school, when you get to the 5th grade, do you go back to kindergarten? Does your teacher go
a little bit? Okay, I'm glad you said that. I work in the school. I work in the school.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm asking you a question, and I need your honest answer because this is going somewhere. So do we have to review the same thing over and over at the beginning of every show?
To a certain at the beginning of every show, I think it's
Vincent Racaniello show.
Who?
Vincent Racaniello, the epidemiologist, the virologist, the epidemiologist. He's an expert in the field of virology. The reason that I'm asking you that is because he's not going back at the beginning of every new show.
But I don't even know who he is. I'm talking about the Negroologist that's providing this information. Who the Negroologist? Because I'm gonna tell you,
if we do a detailed review on what these things are and it's archived and people are interested in it, you definitely need to check out the page to review those things because you're going to.
But Sean P, I'm not trying to be against what you're saying. No.
It's going to be interesting to you as well. My point is, I'm trying to move forward. I can't go back to level 1 Because you just walked in the door.
You know what you could do. No, see, listen. When you say you can't, that's a lack of creativity. Because what I'm
No, it's
saying is,
not a lack of
you don't listen.
creativity.
Oh,
I don't have
Lord,
time to do that
listen. Don't respond to
but
part
this
of what
show
I'm
is
saying,
not about haplogroups.
brother. Don't respond to part of what I'm saying. Listen to the entirety. What I was going to say is that what you could do
You want me to do something
is,
your way? Nope. So guess what you gonna do?
I just me up. You know
You
what?
gonna do it.
Yes,
You
you
gonna do it.
listen. You know how to run somebody because
You
I'm not
gonna
going to
do
do
it.
this. All
You
right.
gonna do it.
Buenas noches.
Nope. You
Enjoy.
gonna do it. So every
Buenas
time I go
noches.
live,
Buenas noches. Buenas noches.
Melanie
Listen,
is
do
gonna
you
get on the
know?
platform and she's gonna recap and she's gonna provide.
Okay, so then shut the hell up. Shut the hell up then. Let me do it. Okay, so I'm about to give you the Negro woman version of what was the word that we had to do?
Or you on your phone?
I'm on my phone.
Okay, so I just had a question.
Listen. So the word was a haplogroup, right? So for everybody who don't know what a haplogroup is, right? So like long millions of years ago, right? When we came about from a particular region. That region, and when we came about, we had a particular like a fingerprint or thumbprint or identifier, right? And as we moved around the globe and we started to evolve, even though you might not agree with evolution and we evolved, that's your imagination because we actually did. And when we evolved, we changed and our print changed and we have identifiers from when we went from point A to point B to point C to D, E, F, whatever. We changed, right? And we can actually track that. And that is what Sean P means when he says your haplogroup. Your haplogroup identifies a time period and a region, because in that region, the people in that region have the same haplogroups, right? So you can't get around you being in that region but gotten a different. No, you're going to have a haplogroup that identifies you with your region and your time period. Right. So when he says, okay, you was there at this time, well, what's your haplogroup? That's why he's asking you, because science has already done that work. You can't undo that work. It's already done. We already know at this time period, these people was this way, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, elemental P, H, I, Q. Oh, we already got the damn letters, right? And the shit is the time period is already established. Don't come trying to remix it. Just tell us what the fuck, where you place in it. See, that's what he mean when he asking you the questions. He wants to understand you through this lens. That's it. Punto final. Okay. Go ahead, Sean P.
No, I need you to recap all the other stuff so they can be up on game with that as well. Or this how you want to do?
What other part? What other part? The haplogroup or what else?
Definitions.
No, what was the other definition? What black mean? What I got to define? I don't understand.
He says haplogroups do not define genetic descendancy. So what do haplogroups do again?
So if my letter comes up with, let's say it's K, right? I don't know. Like where did J markers come educate me on? Where's J? I heard J before. Where is J? J is the Middle East?
The J marker. The J marker, you're gonna find it in Europe, but it migrate. It's not migrates, but it's coming from the L lineage of out of Africa. And
okay, so the L, I know the L is an L3 and L4, right?
L3.
L3 is like the original one, and then it left Africa.
L3 is responsible for no. L3 is responsible for the other haplogroups all over the rest of the world. Because L3 leaves out of Africa and is responsible for the development of the other haplogroups as it began to mutate and adapt in other regions.
Okay, so this person, when we start talking about J, right? For you to get from L and then you get to J, so clearly J came after L.
Yeah, J came from L.
J came from L, right? Mm-hmm. So if you're in like Northern Africa, right? That those people migrated out. So the person saying you can't determine that, this is literally a time lapse. What part they not understanding? You can see the time period when they was in L, and you can see the time period when they got to J, right? So clearly J can be indigenous to whatever area, because they got to at least acknowledge that the L people came over there to make them the J people, right? Just like the y'all, so quote unquote Aboriginals, y'all ain't always been there, because it's clearly a time period when you got there. It wasn't 50,000 years ago. This is recent, well, not recent, but well, they wasn't original, but I'm just saying the indigenous people around 12 to 15,000 years ago. So 12 to 15,000 years ago, that's when the indigenous Americans came in. So all you, as a quote unquote black Abo, got to show is that y'all been there 15,000 years ago, and you be in there. Why are you trying to argue with science when the science can help you confirm your shit? Like, what's wrong with you? You're bugging. Okay, go ahead, Sean.
Okay, that's it. You ain't got nothing else?
I mean, Black African power, big up to Africa. You know what I'm saying? What? I don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm what they call a teller, Sean. So I be, you know what I'm saying? I keep.
What the hell is a teller?
Listen, that's just a slur that black people want to create for each other.
I'm being sarcastic, right? I'm being sarcastic because they claim to be using it in a demeanor this insinuating some shit when they don't understand what it means themselves.
Right. They just want to, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I want to say, before, when I was a young child,
what do you
before anybody knew was an immigrant, they were still calling people Haitian booty scratchers and African booty scratchers. Anybody who was dark skinned was an African booty scratcher when I was coming up. It didn't matter if you was born in Africa or not. You see what I'm saying? So all these abos want to be throwing these slurs. They know they was in school. Anybody who was dark skinned and had nappy hair, they called them African, right? Not only that, but if you part of the beginning part of hip hop, everybody was proud to be African. It was all about, it was African centered. So all this FBA bullshit, and they want to down and disregard African culture. It's like literally some new wave fugazi shit. It's like fake. It's like, I mean, Tribe Called Quest was African centered. Like every all the hip hop, it started on African centered. Look at Queen Latifah's first video. I'm just trying to say, ladies first. She had a whole African crown on shit on her head. Like, this is totally. I would say, isn't she FBA? Like, I don't know why she didn't have an FBA crown. I don't know.
I don't know.
Like, so
FBA, though, I can't say that she was FBA.
You think Queen Latifah's Caribbean?
Who said that?
I'm asking. Like, if she not FBA, what's she gonna be?
I don't know.
Queen Latifah FBA.
I don't know what she claimed.
MC Light is FBA. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, man, those are FBA sisters.
Yeah. I don't know what they got going on, so I can't say. But nah. So I want to get into the show though.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. You're good. I need to play this video, and you know what I'm saying. I'm letting the people in the chat handle the people in the chat, because the people in the chat can handle new faces. Now, this dude is stupid in the chat. Virology is the study of viruses. Yeah, you dumb. Look, so what you think about this comment? He says the FBA DNA has factors that do not exist in any African Bushman savage. Call them fucking savages.
Well, what about the indigenous savages? I understand. And as long as that Takaba Road, to Caballero, as long as they can acknowledge that there are indigenous savages, and I would argue that the indigenous savages were more savages than the African Bushman savages because there is evidence of African civilization. And if you cannot provide evidence of your
Here's another claim.
indigenous civilization, it's just shit is just in your imagination.
So here it is right here. So I'm gonna do this one more time before I get the show started.
Oh my goodness.
We
He need
45
to hit the
minutes into
link.
the show.
Or he or she
We
need to hit the
45
link.
minutes and I done dropped the link twice. And you just
Caballero, listen,
in the chat.
let me time. I'm not monitoring your channel because I would time they ass out until they pull up. They need to time. They need to pull up if they making these these large claims.
We have DNA. This is my point. Is what I said earlier. We have DNA sequences that are sequences that African DNA do not have. How do you know that?
So Takaro is saying that there's some.
No. So no. Y'all remember yesterday when I said that people were claiming to be a totally separate group of people than the people that came from Africa? You remember when I said that? So now this is a new claim. This is a new claim. You claim to have different DNA sequences than those from Africa. How did you come to that conclusion based on what data?
That's crazy. Like over 90% of my DNA come from Africa. So I don't know.
And how long you been in America?
My whole life.
But 90% of your DNA come from Africa, and you've been here your whole fucking life.
My whole life, 90% of my DNA is not indigenous to this land. Over 90%, not 90, over 90% of my DNA. So I want to know where his DNA comes from. If it's so, concrete and it's so, it should be overwhelming evidence. They shouldn't be running from them DNA tests. They should be like, look, we could prove this shit. Bang. It's on 23andMe, Ancestry, African Ancestry. All y'all can't hide from this. To me, if it's overwhelming, take your test, bro. The fuck?
Jarrell said, take your line like a motherfucker. Yeah, we know he lying. We know he lying, bro.
Just saying, I want at least one abo to just be honest and just say, you know what? I just can't indigenous you tether. What does that mean?
I don't know.
She
so
tethered.
Yeah. So I'm finna get on with this shit. So really,
you're a little PP man. What about that? How about that? You're a little penis man who only feels big on YouTube. I'm sorry, Mossi Warrior Clan. I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to talk about no.
Yes, I'm saying I'm sorry. I'm apologizing, Sean.
All right, so y'all know our brother V-Note, right? He likes to come over in the chat, make faces, say all kind of things, bring up the same rehearsed argument over and over and over again. Well, somebody sent me was like, hey, you see your boy today? And I was like, no, I did not see my boy today. So I guess, when was this? Oh, this was 2 days ago. My bad. And it was like, you see your boy? I was like, nah, I ain't seen him. What he doing? He said he was on BAP channel. So I said, okay, cool. I'm gonna see what's going on, right? I ain't watch it, but I skimmed through and then I seen like a couple little things and then I went back. Then I heard him say a couple things and then I ended it. I watched like a minute and a half of it. So I want y'all to pay close attention to this, and then I'm gonna get into the show, and then I'm gonna share some sources, and then I'm gonna talk about skin. I'm gonna talk about Weiner, a little bit of Weiner, one of his claims. And I think I need to start doing that with Leo Weiner's work, since everybody wants to use Ivan Van Sertima's book and want to keep on bringing this shit up. We're just gonna beat it all the way up, and it's not Van Sertima that we beating up. We're going to talk about the information in Weiner's work that is used in Van Sertima's works. So I just want to show y'all how he will make a claim and then he will not have the evidence for the claim. And then we can expound on that. And I want to show you that he's doing the same thing, right, that he did in Africa to the that Europeans did in Africa to Africans, to the indigenous people or the natives of the Americas. And it's a trend. So before I get into that, though, I really got to play this video right here, and I want y'all to hear this shit for yourselves. And I'm gonna let it play up until where I really want to stop. But it's gonna be about I ain't playing no 30 minutes of this. It's gonna be enough. It's gonna be enough. Listen to this.
Word, gangster.
What's up? Good morning. You doing all right this morning?
Man, Grand Rising. I don't really have a morning unless somebody died.
That's right.
So, Grand Rising, happy waking back to you. And hopefully you ain't got no morning this morning. You feel me?
Grand Rising. What the hell? That ain't no Abo shit. Grand Rising.
Nah, man, I was, nigga heard a curveball last night on the Smoke Channel. I was just trying to get some clarity.
Let's talk about it. I didn't get to hear it. What was the curveball?
The curveball to me was, I guess, saying that some in 1934, a case law where Indians ain't Americans and Americans is Americans. Did I get that right, or I don't know?
I don't know. I've never heard of the case law, so maybe we can get into that. I've never heard of that, but it kind of makes sense, though.
All right. So my question about it is, because it really wasn't no breakdown last night or whatever. I mean, I guess they thought it. I don't know if they did break it down, but I didn't get the breakdown. But I guess they saying that, well, if you know your history of being an American and I guess having lineage, then you're just an American. And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm saying, how can you be placed in history if niggas don't never see you in history?
Oh, you don't think that Americans is in history?
It got to be some type of history. It got to be some.
Hey, I want y'all to listen to this again because there's an admission of guilt here by Vino, and it kind of throws AP off, and he's kind of stuck here. Listen to what he said again, real close. How can you find yourself in history when you ain't in history?
Where Indians ain't Americans and Americans is Americans. Did I get that right, or I don't know?
I don't know. I've never heard of the case law, so maybe we can get into that in another. I've never heard of that, but it kind of makes sense, though.
All right. So my question about it is, because it really wasn't no breakdown last night or whatever. I mean, I guess they thought it. I don't know if they did break it down, but I didn't get the breakdown. But I guess they saying that, well, if you know your history of being an American and I guess having lineage, then you're just an American. And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm saying,
listen, they just making up shit on the fly. Oh, it sound right to me. But listen, here you go. He finna say it right here. It's pivotal. 22-minute marker. 22:11. 22:11-minute marker.
Can you be placed in history if niggas don't never see you in history?
One more time, Vino.
You just an American. And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm saying, how can you be placed in history?
So all you have to say is my grandma is Indian?
Say it one more time. No. Listen to him. That's why I'm gonna play it over and over, because there's two things that I identified in this early part of this conversation. One, Vino is totally confused about what this thing it means to be an American when he doesn't understand why AP keeps saying I'm an American. I'm not an Indian. He's trying to make this path. If you pull up the Black Law Dictionary and look at the term of what it is to be an American, it defines it there. And he's trying to hang on into one of those sentences from an earlier description out of that Black Law Dictionary. And we've showed that before. However, he isn't clear because he don't even understand. He just trying to claim. He ain't trying to claim indigenous, and he ain't trying to claim Aboriginal, because those things are more in sync with Native American peoples here in the Americas and other places. So he's trying to make a distinct path for his own stance called I'm just American. And y'all got to pick up on that. So Vino is confused because he's trying to get on the same. This is what I mean by cults, right? Vino is up here asking AP about some shit AP that started, and he heard AP say, and then Vino is lost and confused about it because he was on Smoke Signal Channel where the shit was said, and now he's waking bacon with a dummy, and this dummy is over here trying to facilitate some information that he can't even clearly understand, and he listening to him running back to him, and then he just gonna say, sounds kind of right to me. No, motherfucker, he asking you a question.
She said, sound all right to me.
He's literally asking you a question. And
what was that dude named, the one with his girlfriend, and they was kind of like crazy on you and Not a Coincidence channel all the time. They said that they be like American or like they wasn't calling themselves.
You talking about the Goof Troop dude, PNF.
Yep. What was the girl name? I forgot her name.
Kira. She changed her name on YouTube so she can't be tagged. Kira.
Oh, Kira.
Something like that, whatever her name is. But yeah,
she might be somebody that I be seeing on Smoke Signal Channel, because this one chick that no matter, every time she see me, she tie me out on Smoke, and I'm a mod on Smoke, so she got to be one of those super mods or whatever they call super mods, because I'm a mod on Smoke. But every time I go over there, she don't like me, so she just tie me out and I'm a mod, but it might be Kiara.
All right, hold on. So I'm gonna play the video.
And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
Don't never see
you placed in history. So how can you be calling yourself this American and nobody see you in history as that? That's V-Note's question. He's trying to understand the identity issue here. He's saying, yeah, you saying that we this right, and I'm fucking with that. But how can we say we this and then niggas can't find us there? Or when we researching, we can't find nothing that put us there. Vino, when you're researching, you don't even find the shit that you trying to claim to be right now. It's all made up. At that point, bro, your light bulb should have went off, and you should have realized that this shit's just all made up. It's a belief. He didn't even justify why he was doing it. So he didn't give you a definition. He didn't tell you why. You just read back. I mean, you just tried to repeat some shit you heard him say back to him, and all he could say was, "It sound quite right to me." And now you asked him the most pivotal question that you've ever asked anybody on any platform, because you trying to rock with this shit. And he says this one more time.
Where Indians ain't Americans and Americans is Americans. Did I get that right? Or I don't know.
I don't know. I've never heard of the case law, so maybe we can get into that in another case law. I've never heard of that, but it kind of makes sense, though.
All right. So my question about it is, because it really wasn't no bro. They did.
See what I mean? Now y'all can hear it for the 5th time. Y'all can hear it clearly. They were talking about a show on Smoke Signals. The shit came up that Indians ain't Americans and Americans ain't Indians. We're separate. That's what he's claiming to be. And so now Vino says, now that he ran it back to him, right? Because now he just he can fuck with just being American. Now the problem with that is, so where were we in history calling ourselves American? Because he had, listen, even though he's cherry picking information, he's got to be able to find that somewhere to substantiate what AP is saying. And he know, based on them same 3 or 4 sources that he always try to use to argue about black skin and all of that shit, he can't find that. So now he's at a compromise. He ain't against AP, but he's at a position to where he can't really commit to that because he ain't got no evidence for that to even make it look like he can argue on behalf of that bullshit. Listen to him.
Did break it down, but I didn't get to break down. But I guess they saying that, well, if you know your history of being an American and I guess have a lineage, then you just an American. And it ain't got nothing to do with no tribe. It ain't got nothing to do with where you from or nothing. It's just the history. Is that what I'm getting?
Hey, you sound about right to me, brother. I mean, it sound right to me. You understand what I'm saying?
But I'm saying, how can you be placed in history if niggas don't ever see you in history?
You don't think that Americans is in history?
Where was you at? Other than that,
damn, Vino.
Even though it understanding on why Smoke Signal and AP is called and A1 is calling themselves American. He don't understand it. So now he like, if that's the case, where can, how can we find ourselves in history? And then AP, he confused now. He like, what you mean? You don't think we in history? Because all the documents that have been presented and written clearly distinguish the Indians, the Africans, and the white man themselves, whether they be Spanish, English, Dutch, British, whatever the hell. It doesn't matter. They categorize them in three different categories. Vino is stuck because he don't see who he claimed to be black skinned people calling them American. So he wants to know Like, well, how can we be that? How can we call ourselves that and we can't find ourselves in history? Because now if you got, we ain't got, he can't find, listen, he can't find a single source of people calling themselves American in history. According to the only information that he is familiar with, that he's cherry picked out to try to use to argue against everybody. He's compromised. So here we go. We're going to continue it, and I'm going to let it play a little bit more, and then I'm going to get into something because AP showed a source on here that he never read, but he showed a source on here, and he tried to play people, especially like Vino gullible ass. But I'm just giving y'all an example of what I mean by it's a belief. It's a belief. They have no evidence. They just keep creating a new direction. They clearly ain't standing on business because they ain't got no business to stand on. And they FBA.
Thank you. So what are you saying, Vino? What are you getting from it? Let me pick your mind a little bit. What are you getting from it, brother Vino?
He ain't even listening to Vino.
Brother Vino.
So can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Hold on, man. I'm trying to hold on real quick.
Questions to start the show off. Ms. Rael, good to see you. Roger W, good to see you. King Serpentine, good to see you, brother. Make sure y'all support that channel. Share the live stream. Y'all know they've been tweaking with my algorithm. They don't want to push the boy channel.
Y'all make sure y'all share Sean live and share the algorithm.
So y'all gotta
you know
help.
what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
Like and subscribe and share.
We gotta do away with it. And then
God damn it. It's way better content. Shit. It's way better content. This is actually, you can verify it and it has sources. So fuck what you heard. Share this, like, subscribe, and let's kill this abo shit. All right, go ahead, Sean.
It down for the American Aborigine. You know, we have no vitriol, disdain, or ill will intentions towards anyone. Okay. Hey, my nigga Vernell, what the fuck you over there doing, Vernell? No, I'm just playing. That's my nigga though. I got a cousin named Vernell. That nigga crazy as batshit too. Trap Moses, Reginald Jones, Ghetto Child Clinic. Good to see y'all up in here. If y'all don't mind me asking y'all to do me a favor, Sosa Ama, good to see you in here. If y'all can do your cousin a favor real quick, do your motherfucking little uncle a favor real quick and share the live stream on whatever social media outlet of your choice. Just share it at least one time with the hashtag BAP News. That's BAP News, all one word.
Don't share that shit.
Make sure y'all hashtag.
Vino.
My question is, if you ain't an Indian and you saying you're just an American, what is that? So you saying that niggas are just Americans?
American.
This is crazy.
So we can have an understanding, brother. You know what I'm saying? Because when I have a conversation, I want to make sure that me and you can have an understanding before we go away. You feel me?
Right.
When you talking to me, I want to make sure you have an understanding, brother.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Cliffhangers.
Sure, it sounds crazy.
So he didn't even
I
go
didn't
to
know
the
that
Black
they was
Law
having
Dictionary.
these
He
kind
went
of
to the
conversations.
Yeah,
This
I just
sounds
told you.
crazy.
So if you're not Indian, you American. But look what an American is. One of the Aboriginal peoples discovered in the Western Hemisphere by Europeans. So now, once you get that understanding that that is his argument, is the first point of the etymology of what an American is, now you attack that. We ain't got to play games with them no more. Because according to his claim that he is an American, then you go by the first accounts. So every description you get of Europeans when they encountered the first peoples or these Aboriginal peoples, you see what they say, and ain't not one account of them saying that the motherfuckers were black. That look like V-Note or AP. So now they in Schitt's Creek. So if he wants to commit to that, then he runs into. What you doing? Trying to get on your
Sorry.
laptop?
I am on. Yeah, it's just Hey, you got good ears.
It's loud. All right.
My
So here we
apologies. That's why I'm on mute.
go.
Originally one of the Aboriginal peoples. Okay, so what is an American, brother? You know?
Okay, you say originally one of the Aboriginal people. What's the other people's names?
The other people are called the copper color races. Well,
copper color races.
It don't say that in that. It doesn't say that in that explanation. It doesn't. So now listen. If you hear me very closely right now, ladies and gentlemen, what have the Abos been arguing for a few years? That they are the copper colored people. AP just said that he is an American. He is going to be one of the first people that the Europeans saw when they got to the Western Hemisphere. The copper-colored people are a different group of people. You know why he's reclassifying away from that copper color argument? Is because YK the Truth extracted information that we have provided also on this channel to show you that those copper colors, their hair was totally different from the people claiming to be of copper color, and also there's some other genetic analysis that went into that. So he is clearly trying to say when they talking copper, they talking Indian. When they talking American, they talking me. Everybody should get that. He is clear now. So you take him for what he claims, and then you take him for what he shows. Listen to him. He didn't mix this whole game up. It's a new ball game now.
Niggas that's the Indians really ain't from America, and some niggas that saying they American, but ain't really showing no history as American.
I don't know, man. I think people just confused. I don't know who the hell said that. I would like to know who said that last. This case law, I would like to know. Maybe I can chop it up with them, you know, because I have a different perspective, and I don't feel like no one is obligated to show family records to a bunch of stranger weirdos on online that you physically never met. I think it's absolutely strange.
Niggas is talking
to the land, and I'm
once again. V-Note went to him for answers and clarity on something he heard him say before, but was said on another channel. So he came to where the first person was claiming to be this American shit at, and that was him. Now he ain't even got clarity on it. And to double down on a simple fact, he said, I can't connect you to the land. You're going to have to do that. You're going to have to do that. And now he just heard AP say, we ain't the Indians. So the whole time V-Note was up here pumping that he was fucking the Indian. Now he done heard out of AP mouth, we ain't the Indians. Listen, the point of me showing y'all this is very critical here because it is at the epicenter of every argument. And the reason that I say that is because you got people claiming shit that ain't even real. Case in point, they're no different than these so-called FBA, but stupid people. They don't know nothing. We just literally heard this dude say what he was saying. But then just yesterday, on my platform, just yesterday, he brings us two accounts, two sources about the same account that is referring to some Negroes that were captives in America, and he trying to find out who them black people was. And them ain't the Americans. And in the source, it tells you that they're Africans. When you start marrying everything that's given in the description from Balboa around that time period and going into that information, we know. See, there's a problem. But that ain't it, though. Listen to it. It gets better.
That's your job. See, the job.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm going to do what I'll do, but I'm talking about other people that's talking.
Yeah, I'm
going to do what I'm about the other people that's out here that's black, supposed to be from the land, and giving it up like that.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. You know, everybody's not an Indian.
All right, so my question is, if you ain't an Indian,
Vino is of the belief that he is an Indian. And then AP says, everybody ain't an Indian. And then he said, okay, and if you ain't an Indian and you just American, and then what is this? Now Vino is even further more confused, yet he holds the position that he knows his history. And he don't, he'll lie. But he claims to say he knows his history. That's what he claims. My bad, I thought he hit play.
I'm glad that you asked that, right? So now I'm gonna go to the term American. So we can have an understanding, brother Vino. You know what I'm saying? Because when I have a conversation, I want to make sure that me and you can have an understanding before we go away. You feel me?
Right.
When you talking to me, I want to make sure you have an understanding, brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't
right.
want to do cliffhangers. When you ask me to show something, I'm not going to say you do it yourself or you got to pay me, okay? So look, you ask what an American is. This is a noun, American, 1570s. Originally one of the Aboriginal peoples. Okay, so
how the hell you just fucked that all up? This is what I mean by they making up shit on the fly. You just sit there and called yourself an American, and then the other people are the copper color races. All you got to do is just let them talk to each other long enough. They're going to show you how stupid they are on both sides of the coin.
The Aboriginal peoples, meaning the group of people that reside here, the original people.
Okay, yeah. So them people got history, right? So they in certain places over here, right?
Look, it said the Western Hemisphere.
So, all right, so they over here in the Western Hemisphere, so the people in some type of time, right?
Yeah, I feel like almost all the people that you hear about in history, from the inventors to the legislators to the landowners, they were all American, brother.
It was just all American, right? Just the whole American niggas, just American. It was just one big group, huh?
Yeah, of course we started being being colonized, so different areas will be colonized from different people. So the British might have control of one area. The Spanish might have control of another area. The French might have control of another area. And within those sanctions, they're going to be mislabeling now the people. And so 3 different spots might have 3 different mislabeling terms. One might be called this, one might be called that, another one might be called something else. Are you an Indian?
Yeah, definitely. Seminole. I'm West Indian.
Indian Seminole. Like, how are you? Y'all just people that's listening to this live at the time that they were listening to this. This doesn't even make sense. AP is claiming to be an American. The first people that the Europeans saw with no evidence. He said the other people were copper colored people. So he makes a clear distinction. And then V notice on the panel, he say he's Seminole. He West Indian. You got 3 different descriptions from 2 different people sitting on a platform.
So Vino is West Indian?
You heard what he said. This is the first time we ever heard him say West Indian. He trying to claim Panama.
I mean, he need to start bringing up Panama. Why he keep bringing up Panama?
I don't know.
I don't understand his logic, behind that. Like, it's actually in his lineage. Like he knows.
No, because because there are sources out there that talk about these black people in Panama. So what he trying to do is gravitate toward any source that he's saying that that's his evidence that he could use to claim something. You understand what I'm saying? Like what he's doing.
But if you was to be like, they're black people in Panama, right? Wouldn't it benefit you to say like what type of black peoples in Panama? So like, let's say there was
his argument is just to say that there's people that look like him in Panama.
But how does that help your argument when you can find like descendants like slavery happening in Panama? Then what? Like, what do you
saying? He said his argument is that he is the people that been here before the Peckerwood. Have you not listened to his argument? That's his claim.
What I'm saying is that does he just totally ignore the evidence of slavery being in Panama?
Yes. He only cares about what the source says. And I don't understand. I'm trying to tell you.
That's crazy.
No, I understand that, but you got to understand what he's telling you this on 50 different channels. But
let me tell you something. What he's saying, he would never, like, let's say he did he was like going to Google, right? To be like, I want to go to this restaurant. Let me see what the parking light is out there. And then he Googles, and everyone in the comments say, you're going to get a ticket. The parking is crazy. There's never any parking, X, Y, and Z. But if you want to, you could pay $15 for the parking lot around the corner. 9 times out of 10, you're going to at least have your $15 to prepare yourself to pay for parking because you're going to figure there's not going to be any parking there. So when you do your Google research, it's saying that people from Florida are the descendants of enslaved Africans because there was slavery and they came from South Carolina and North Carolina and Virginia ports, right? Why the frig would you concentrate on the minority of people who might have been here? Let's say it was like 200 Africans.
You asking the
200
wrong person.
Africans in the whole America is not the
You don't.
majority. We always been here.
No, that's not his argument. I'm gonna break it down for you one more time, just so everybody can fully understand. If you have not paid attention to the sources that he used, every source that he uses gives a date. And in those dates that he have for those sources are where black people are, where they say they found what? Negroes, the keyword Negroes. But when you read it further, it'll say Negro captives who were from Africa, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But his argument is, how did these Negroes in Balboa's account get there when they wasn't there? Nobody seen them before. So how did they get there? So he's trying to make a claim that he's been here because he was the first Negroes that was in the Americas before the Peckerwood got here. That's his argument, his claim to claim. None of the shit that you logically trying to make.
But if they're captives, how do you know that captive wasn't brought there?
Listen, he doesn't know. He is trying to use a source to justify his belief. It's biased. He admitted. I don't think that y'all are putting this together. He's already admitted that he does biased research. And then he only accepts what the source says up to one point. After that point, the source doesn't matter anymore. Whatever it says after the fact, he said, nah, this is why, that's why he challenges his sources. So you're asking a question that even he doesn't know the answer to because he doesn't know. But if you sit back and you listen to him long enough, he is trying to justify a black person being in America before Europeans were in America, no matter how they got to America. Period. He doesn't know. There's a gap in his information. He's not reading the shit for what it's saying. He's reading the shit for what he wanted to mean to him. It's like people in the Bible. When they read the fucking book, they read the book and start looking for themselves in the book. And then they don't see themselves, so then they start claiming shit that they think that that's fucking meant for them when it ain't even meant for them. That's what he's doing with these same four sources. That's why he's limited. So listen to him. Now that you got these distinctions, listen to what he says.
West Indians are in the islands. West
Indians are the whole Southeast.
Nah, no, those people in the South.
It's going from Virginia all the way down.
Yeah, but those people are documented as American Indians. You understand?
How they document it?
Well, I'm gonna pull it up.
He just simply told AP that he was West Indian. Then he doesn't understand what an actual West Indian is. So he's trying to denote something. When it goes back to why he keeps using all of these counts from Sir Francis Drake, Balboa, and the likes, because he's trying to put the Negro in America before the European. He don't care about nothing else. His whole claim to fame is he was here before the Peckerwood. He came on the show and said it the other day. He says it in the chat all the other times. Now he's there. The point, me showing you this video is to expose three things. He does laps on all these different YouTube channels, and he's projecting the same idiocracy on every one of those channels. And he know he can get away with it on these other channels because it's different. But he ran up the other night to separating Indian from American, and it confused him. And now he's like, but based on his limited information, he can't rock with that because it doesn't justify who he is. But he has problems with it. But then he like, nah, okay, I see what you're saying. You're using American to separate from the Indians. But I'm Indian, though. I'm West Indian. Now he ain't. First he was an Indian, Seminole. Now he West Indian.
You ever heard of some of those Southeast Indians?
Yeah, whole diaspora.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to see what the name. They just name American or they name something.
See, that's what I'm saying. If you keep listening, he's finna tell you why he tripping, because he don't know. These are two people that don't know shit having a conversation about shit they making up or shit that they believe. None of this is fact-based. All of this is speculation. Vino has a story. He's trying to stick to the story, and he's trying to find the information that's going to help him stick to the story. No matter what it is, if it's right, wrong, or indifferent, it's a story, and he's trying to stick to that story. Just listen to him. He finna say it all over.
Well, the first name that's on there is called American. So they're usually called American Indian. You understand what I'm saying?
All right. So where the other Indians come from?
Well, according to history, they migrated over information.
All right.
See, they made another distinction. So now he is saying that these people that they're claiming to be Indians are Americans, and then the other people that's claiming to be Indians, they came from Asia. But when you go back and you look at history, and you go back and you look at the records and all the evidence that is compiled, you don't have two separate groups of people containing different cultures. You don't have separate cultures here. You don't have the elements of different ingenuities here. You don't have different rituals here. You don't have these festivals.
Sean, that's because all of that was taken away from us. You don't understand, Sean.
I'm finna kick your ass off. No.
That's the problem. You need to work. Listen, you need to ask the creator, right? Because I know you ain't a God-fearing man. You need patience. Because all I'm doing is saying the same things that they would be saying to you. You know, we don't know our traditions because it was taken from us, not because we ain't have it. So now you got to work around that argument. You can't be like, because that's going to be a real argument that they have. They feel, it is.
Prove that you're an American. I just told you. I don't have to work up. No.
So I can prove. I can prove I was an American. I mean, you what you want to see? You want to see my enlistment paperwork into the military? What you want to see?
I'm gonna say this real nicely.
I don't got a green card.
I haven't made a claim. The burden of proof is on the claimant. If AP claims to be an American, where's your
You speaking scholastic? You ain't speaking Negroish. You gotta speak. You gotta speak to the Negro.
Oh, that's your problem.
That ain't my problem. I didn't create this environment because if I would have created this environment, hello, I'm a college graduate. I'm actually just in my right young age. I'm actually an adult student returning back to college. I just started school on January 5th, Sean. So I'm not averse to education. I got a syllabus.
Are you listening?
Everything.
Are you listening? What does speak Negro mean? What the fuck does that mean?
I'm gonna tell you that. That's not speaking for the college student, graduate, X, Y, and Z. That's what I'm saying. So when you start speaking about, like, I know, like, right, I work in the elementary school. Listen, I'm being very specific. I work in the elementary school, and I can't say certain words because I know my students won't understand it. So I know I have the ability to convey the same message, but using words that they will understand my message. So are you doing that? Are you employing that strategy?
What is speaking Negro?
Speak the Negro to you got the analytics, bruh.
No.
You know who the freak your audience is. Don't play me like I'm stupid. Because you know very well who's tapping in and who ain't.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. So what is?
Yes, you do. You get the analytics to your channel, Sean.
It has nothing to do with nothing. I asked you what is because you said
go ahead and play. Go ahead and play like you don't know. Then we can both do that.
Asking you one more time. What is speaking?
Negro?
Because what the fuck? How is that going to even
speak to your audience? That's what I'm trying to say. That's it. And so I'm answering you. When you're not speaking to your audience, I'm gonna just call it out. That's it. You don't gotta get offended by it, Sean. You don't gotta get offended by it.
You calling people stupid.
I'm saying if you're not speaking to your audience, if you're not explaining
You
terms,
saying that they can't
if you're not
comprehend?
I'm saying don't get mad at me for recognizing and calling it out that you aren't providing, you're not being clear. You should take that as
I'm
feedback
very,
and
no,
not get so defensive.
I am. I'm not defensive about anything.
Okay, then well then we can move
And
on then.
what you're saying does not make sense because you're saying people
Okay.
comprehend what somebody is
Yeah,
clear.
I mean that's a good technique to try to shift the blame that I am insulting your audience as opposed to actually addressing it. That's clever and that's cool. That's the
I
angle
ain't
you want to
shocked.
do.
I
I'm
ain't
cool
shooting
with
you.
it, Sean. Listen, I
I ain't
got one video. If
I'm
people
just
check my channel, I got
saying.
one video. I'm not a content creator, so I ain't hurt at this. We can keep it moving. Okay, you can blame me.
I ain't
It's all
blaming
right.
you. No, I'm trying to get you
Sean,
out
I'm
of
saying we could like
it.
okay, I hear what you're saying.
Here's
I'm
the
calling
difference.
people stupid.
Here's the
Yeah. All
difference.
right.
Here's the
I'm
difference.
saying yeah, we can move it on. I'm saying yeah,
I'm
I'm
saying
answering you.
I'm
Are you calling
telling
people stupid? Yeah.
no. I'm yeah, there's a big difference.
All
You
right,
just
let's keep it moving it. I just said yes. All
said
right.
you teach
Yeah,
kids.
that's crazy.
You said you teach kids, right? So you have
No,
to
I'm not. I'm actually not a teacher. And anyone who knows melanated, I'm not a teacher. I said I work in a school. That's
you know what
this
I'm
is
saying, bro. Come on, you
right.
know
I
what I'm
work.
saying. You know what I'm saying.
Okay. I
I'm
work with
going
the
by what
students.
you just said. Listen.
Yep.
You have to listen first to respond, not to argue.
Yes, sweetie. Go ahead.
That you have to say things that they can relate to at their level, but that's because you're an adult. We're talking about adults.
But all adults don't have the same knowledge, and that's all I'm trying to say is that you don't got to call somebody stupid to say they may not know something.
I'm
That
not
don't mean
talking
they
about.
stupid.
I ain't talking about knowledge right now. We're talking
I
about
got you,
relating. We're talking about relating to another adult.
Sean. Listen, I'm not arguing. If you want to say, you said, why don't you just say you call the people stupid or da, da, da. I said, okay, yes, we can keep it moving. We don't got to be stuck there. I'm not stuck there.
Okay.
Some people are stupid and they may not know. Now what? Can we enlighten those people too? Can we? Because to me, those stupid people are part of my community. They might not be part of yours. They're part of mine, and I want them to understand what a haplogroup is. I want them to understand
Wow.
what these
Okay.
legislation is. I
So
want
what
them to
makes you
understand the
think they
difference
want to
between
understand what a haplogroup is?
AD and
They don't even
BC, and
believe they don't even know anything about DNA or know the science
they
behind.
may know a little bit. You don't know what they know. That's the unique part of the position that you're in as a content creator is that they could have came across a freaking Port City channel before they came across your channel. They could have came across Umar Johnson's channel
And I
before
ain't
they came across your
explaining it.
channel.
And
You
I
don't
ain't
know
got
where the fuck they from. You
if
don't
they
know
came
what sector they from. They could have
if they
came
came
from the
from Georgia, they
manosphere.
already know.
They
If
could
they
have
came
came. No, but listen,
if
they
they
could have
came
came
from
from the manosphere. They could have came from the manosphere, or what's his name, Duke Jackson, or whatever.
we
You don't
saying the
know where
same
the frick.
we saying the same shit, so ain't no need to explain what a haplogroup is.
You don't. I don't see that. I will tell you. I've heard, and no shot to you, brother O'Shea. Right? I've heard his name many of times, and I don't know. Does he have? Was his channel Kumbunga or some shit like that? But none of his. I don't know none of his manosphere in content. All I know is the content that he has. That it really is. It kind of seems like he's shitting on Africa, to be honest with you. But I don't know none of his content about that. It don't
You
come on my
are
timeline,
everywhere the pseudos are.
huh?
You everywhere the pseudos are.
That's his. I think I want to say
You
it's his
say
own
O'Shea.
channel. How is that? How is that a pseudo? He's a pseudo. I don't know
Yes.
him. You know how I found out about him from y'all motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Come on,
Oh,
I'm everywhere the pseudo's at.
nah,
Y'all motherfuckers tell me about some damn O'Shea and
I
he pro-black and he African first and all this shit. And I go on his channel and all he do is talk shit about Africa.
Look what Zane said.
What he say?
Nah,
Wait,
that's purely comprehension issues. What else Zane said? They know their prerequisites.
who know? Zane, listen.
Public
Brother
defender
Zane.
is diabolical. Yeah, that's what she's doing right now.
He said what?
You being a public defender.
I love no. Listen, I'm not listening to Brother Zane because Brother Zane. That's my
saying that time.
no. Zane is nice.
Person's public defender. You trying to
Zane
defend?
is nice. I'm not even defending him. I'm saying.
Listen, I didn't say this. The audience.
I'm saying that if we gonna persecute these people, right?
Who we persecute?
I like when you have the evidence, right? The evidence.
I can't get into it because you keep on crying about dumb people and you want them to act like they know something they ain't gonna get in the first time. So if they watch a whole video on that shit or read up
Sean, all I'm saying is instead of calling them dumb, you should say why they're dumb, because then I would agree with you. That's all. You should be like, you dumb. That's what I'm trying to say.
Who am I calling
Whoever's dumb? Whoever's dumb.
Right, and why am I calling them dumb?
That's what I'm saying. Say why you calling them dumb. That's what I'm saying.
Why am I calling
whatever?
Them I think I'm saying why. I think I'm telling you why I call this person dumb.
No, you be like this dumb motherfucker. That's how you be going, Sean. Cut it out and acting like you don't.
Okay, so that all right. So now it's your comprehension because if
all right, it's my comprehension. Go ahead. Blame me.
If I call
ain't there an R&B song? You can blame it on me. I don't care. Just fix up.
If I call somebody a dumb motherfucker, there's a reason why I call them a dumb motherfucker.
Lies you tell.
Played what they said. Now. I either played what they said or I put it on the screen when they said what they said. So when I called the other person in the chat a dumb motherfucker, I put what
you might call him a dumb motherfucker though before you show it. So you need to stop telling these blatant lies.
No, I don't tell blatant. You can go back and see it. When I called him a dumb motherfucker, I put comment on the screen.
I ain't gonna argue with you. You good?
You've been arguing the whole time you've been up here because you was a pacifist, an apologist for dummies.
What? Yeah, bro, listen. You be insulted. Now I see why nobody wants to join the motherfucking panel with you because you freaking
I'm gonna have to do you like I did Honey Clark. Do I need to pull back up all the from Not a Coincidence channel to over here and all the other things? Show you where you've been. Look, you want to mute yourself. Where you've been, the stupid people apologists.
I'm a stupid people apologist.
Yes.
Well, listen, if you want to just instead of doing that, if you want to just you can show the chat room.
Hold on,
listen.
One in the chat. Hold on, I'm finna put a poll in the chat. Goddamn, what
Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't give a motherfucking fuck.
Hold on.
I don't give a motherfucking fuck. Because you know what? I want.
I'll meet you. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all think Melanated is a dumb people apologist. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that she is not a dumb people apologist.
Motherfucker muting me? God damn it!
I just told you that I was muting you.
I was cussing your ass out. That's why I couldn't hear you.
That's fine. Listen, put a 1 in look. Put 1s in the chat.
I'm unfriending his ass right now.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think that she take up for dummies. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that she don't. It ain't
take up for them. What?
Yes.
Listen, I'm not even. What's the one that y'all converted? The one that was an Abro and he became African on.
So Kevin is behind us. Hold on, real quick before you go on. Kevin is behind us, but he did say this about O'Shea. He said O'Shea Jackson has a Western paternalistic attitude towards Africa. Like he can speak about Africa better than Africans can speak for themselves.
Okay, all right. What's the one that y'all that was the Abro?
Look, Thomas, Oklahoma. He tried to give you some credit. He tried to say sometimes 1, sometimes 2. It just depends on the person because if it's V-Note, then everybody gonna say 1. If it's somebody other than V-Note, then we're gonna be on a fence. You might. I mean,
Why would so ask me this? Why would I get timed out in Smoke Signals channel if I'm not channeling the information?
We ain't talking about where you go listen to Abos act stupid. We ain't talking about them. We talking about over here where we witness.
Oh, over there. Wait. So you telling me? So sometimes I'm like pro Abo? You got me fucked up, Sean.
No, we didn't say you pro Abo, but that's where you go hang out.
Wait, that wasn't the question. That wasn't what your question was. Your question wasn't.
Was you?
So wait. Where am I going to hear? Hold on. Where am I going to hear Aboriginal content if I'm not on the Aboriginal panel?
You an Aboriginal apologist on Not a Coincidence channel.
No. Listen, no. I call not a coincidence. That I say not a coincidence. Everyone in the chat right now could tell you on Not a Coincidence channel. Not a coincidence is the apologist. He be making friends. He be playing nice with them on his channel.
Not a see. You see how she try to do you, bro?
I do tell him that. I tell him that all the time. Look at that. I don't see not a coincidence in
no, he got it from you because you came up there like,
absolutely not. Listen, me and that shorty Tiara was going at it. Not a coincidence. He gave her a wrench when me and her was going at it. He made her a freaking mod on his channel because I was like, fuck that. She be mad, disrespectful. She's talking about our ancestors. Fuck that bitch.
Look,
straight like that.
Hey, the men in the chat agree with me. That's all I'm gonna say.
The men in the chat, Thurman. Wait a minute, Thurman. Why you gotta win? Listen. This is violation right now, Thurman. Thank you, Sutek. Sutek, no. Sutek, no. He like, yo, I ain't gonna do my nigga like that.
Sutek been on TikTok. He don't fucking know.
Hey, listen. That's his. Everybody got a mission, and I ain't mad at my brother for doing his mission because he's on TikTok, he's on freaking Clubhouse, and he's assassinating them motherfuckers over there. Hey, trust me, he's doing a good work. The
Aboriginal apologist on this channel.
Abo, listen, I know very well them Abos.
Not a coincidence, is it? Not you said not a coincidence is the apologist on his channel.
Because he has to be. He's trying to be neutral, and he wants them to feel comfortable with hitting the link so that he can refute them. So I understand his position, but especially like what was the not just Tiara. It was Tiara. When it comes to the Abo ladies, they be coming up there saying that most pseudo things. Not a coincidence. Be like, yeah, sister. I be like, yo, nah. She talking bullshit. Like, and he be like, you gotta chill. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not me. They start talking about the slave trade was in reverse. I'm like, kick their asses off. They disrespectful. Fuck that.
But when it's the man, though, you be listening.
Pure black. Why are you sitting this out? I'm not understanding what is going on with my brothers.
Yeah. All right, so let's get back
Ramon. Ramon said I'm an Abo apologist. I do not support.
We ain't listening to her right now, y'all. We ain't listening to her right now. We're getting back to the show. I muted her for a second. She don't want y'all to think that she an apologist.
This is disrespectful, but you know what? I'm not piecing none of y'all out no more. Fuck chat. You feel me? Listen. This how y'all want to see me? All right. Because you know what? Y'all all pull up to the same damn Abo chats that I do, but I want to be an Abo apologist. Ramon be there. Thurman be there.
Yo, this is crazy.
All of them be there. All of them be in the goddamn chat. But because I got a few Abos that say peace melanated, right? That's what make me an apologist.
You got a whole ranch over there.
I'm a woman. Hello, I own a vagina. Men are going to want to be cool with you.
You've been
listen
as an Abo.
I have a vagina. I'm sorry. No. Men are going to want to be my friend.
Willie, I'm sorry about your Detroit Lions, but Willie said, I seen Melanated Goddess clowning on Smoke's channel, Sean P. and I personally heard her to be nice to the mentally impaired.
Wait, who is the mentally impaired? Willie, come on now. Put a name on it. Don't be sensitive with it. You know what I'm saying? Say it with your whole entire chest. You're gonna say it. Speak with your chest. Who I'm nice to. I could tell you who I'm nice to. I'm nice to Root Words. Root Words is a flippity flopper. 1 minute he down with the Pan African side, the next minute he's not. When he disrespect me, I disrespect the fuck out of Root Words, and he know it. And then you know what he do? His ass apologize.
We don't
right?
believe you. You need more people.
It don't matter. Listen, hit the archives. They don't know people. I don't need nobody to vouch for me. That shit's recorded.
Ooh.
I can stand 10 toes down on what I do.
5 toes. All right,
but I'm gonna tell you what. You know how many Pan Africans don't touch melanated?
Look what she got a elbow fan club.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, she got an elbow fan club. Got you. That's
who's my elbow fan club?
Yeah, Willie, you're right, Willie. You're right.
Who am I? I'm a transformer. Midwest. You can kiss my East Coast ass right now. God damn it. Midwest.
I'm finna melanate it. I'm finna play the video, okay? All right.
I got an Abo fan club.
Yeah, get over it.
All right. So the black people migrated too, right?
Are there black people that migrated over here too?
Yeah, because it's black Indians, so they must have migrated with the Indians, right?
Oh, okay. So all right. So when you deal with the term Indian, it's just a term. It's one of the earlier terms that was put on us by colonists.
Okay. I was just making sure that. Yes, I was just making sure that the Indians, it's the niggas that's from the land.
Yeah. So when the colonists came here, they said, "Fuck it, we can't even distinguish these niggas." So everybody from the West Indies all the way out to the Americas, all these niggas Indian. All of them. We don't give a fuck.
Hello? What the hell happened? I'm listening and I don't know. Oh, okay. Done clicked yourself off. I guess Sean P done clicked himself off. Yes. And just in time for all of y'all talking shit about me being an Abo apologist. Listen here. I'm not even an apologist. So let me tell you the Abos I'm cool with. What's his name? One truth or truth. He cool. You know what I'm saying? He seemed to be cool with the whole, African stuff or whatever. Even though he don't say he African and he want to say he Abo. I don't believe none of that shit. But on a normal, he definitely brings distance between himself and some of these Abos because they be on some other shit that he not on. So that's why I'm like, all right, he got some damn sense or whatever. Root words is just a cordial, polite person. So it don't matter if you believe in something totally opposite of him. He gonna at least be like, peace to you, greetings, shalom, whatever. He gonna greet you and be polite. And I'm not a negative person. So if somebody say peace to you, melanated, I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna be cordial. I'm gonna be nice. You know what I'm saying? That's not me. So I'm nice to him. I'm nice to Smoke. Smoke keep holding on that one day I'm gonna realize I'm Aboriginal. But it's all, we disagree, but we are cordial towards another. It's a dude in his smoke chat named live something something. Outside of them, it ain't much too many abos that actually rock with me. I don't know. So y'all tripping, thinking I'm the abo favorite or I got me a fan club. A bunch of them is dudes, and they all be like, call me a bitch, call me a tether, call me all this other stuff. And yeah, they be real stupid and dumb and ignore history. So I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. We're showing it. 'Cause I can't keep talking about these Aboriginal people. But I could tell y'all about plants. Listen, I'm starting to obsess over plants. Obsessed. See what I'm saying? Like we like arguing this shit over this crazy history. The reality is whatever you call yourself, Aboriginal, Indigenous, Native, Indian, African descendants, Moorish, Hebrew, Muslim, Christian, whatever, melanated, copper colored, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, right? All of those people are in a particular position. The ones who aren't in that position, we ain't the same people. That's very clear. How the hell do we change that position? Definitely not by spending months and years, because pretty much since COVID, this whole abo shit been conversation. So for 3-4 years, y'all abos have not made progress towards anything. Ain't no Aboriginal textbooks in colleges. Ain't no Aboriginal majors in the colleges. You're not pushing out damn scientists, engineers, nothing, right? So when that's what we need to be on as Black people. This freaking, if you're indigenous, if you are, that shit ain't getting you nowhere. This is stupid. Okay, Sean is back. Hey, okay, I can shut up.
Yeah, you need to.
I need to
Okay, so
ignore
when
you.
niggas is connected with, so when niggas is connected to Indians over here, is them the real Americans or is them $5 Indians?
Well, this is when observation comes into place.
All right, so what about the niggas that was before the $5 even came in, that was running the shit and putting shit down?
Okay, so before the colonists,
they gotta,
so before the colonists,
them niggas gotta be founders. I don't know how niggas is coming in later in 1930s, looking at the definition from 1930 and saying, "Oh yeah, nigga, this is what."
Listen to what he asked. He said, "What about the people that came in and was putting shit down? Who came in and who was putting shit down? Because y'all didn't go to war with them people when they crossed the Bering Strait, because they didn't see none of you motherfuckers for hundreds of years. As a matter of fact, they don't even come across nobody that share a distinctively separate culture than them until the Europeans arrived. That's why you have this whole Clovis culture shit spreading all the way around. So who was they coming to put it down on? That's not making no sense. The mere fact that you don't even have an idea, you can't even justify why you even saying what you're saying. And then he don't even know what you're saying because both of y'all on two different pages and y'all having this dumbass conversation.
What it is, I don't even know how that makes sense.
Yeah, so before the colonists, there were no Indians.
You say there were no Indians before the colonists? Okay, so where the Indians come from?
Pause. So this is significant. He said that there were no Indians before the colonists, but he don't clarify what it is that he's trying to say here, because he could either do two things. He could say that we got to let them get it all the way out, but he could say two things, and these two things could be very manipulative in an argument. But remember, they ain't showing those sources, so you're getting what you're getting right now. Well, hold on one second.
It's a term. It's a mislabel.
All right, so okay, so you saying they was Americans? Okay, so they was Americans. Now they was Americans. They was called Indians, and they back Americans.
I'm saying people that live in China is called what?
They call all different names.
People in China is called what? Different names?
Yeah, different names.
Okay. People in Nigeria is called what?
Different names.
Okay. So people in America will be called what?
Different names.
All right. Now let's do it a little different. When I name a continent, you're gonna put a people to it. Or when I name a country, you're gonna put a people to it. China.
Different countries.
China. Name the people.
We got
China.
You got China. You got China. Yeah, but you got Asians and Mongolians.
Don't Chinese people live in China?
Yeah, definitely.
Don't
Japan, they Asians though.
Don't Japanese people live in Japan?
Yeah.
Don't Nigerians live in Nigeria?
All right, so if you're saying from the north, from North America to South America, everybody's just one, right? This is one label, right? Is that what you said?
Oh, talking about when the colonizers came?
No, yeah, before the colonizers, from goddamn
before the colonizers, I believe we just had our own identity. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so when the colonizers came, did they call them Indians?
All the people in Americas?
Yep.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe they simply called the people here Indians. Hell yeah.
So how the Indians ain't here when the colonies get here?
Because the colonies is the one that named the indigenous people here Indians. That's why. So before the colonists, there's no labeling. After the colonists, there's labeling. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother?
Okay, so it's just the labeling, but the people it's still I guess
they is who they is. No colonist names define who you truly are.
But they put the American name on it.
No, the American name came from the indigenous peoples.
No, it didn't.
Oh, okay. Are you talking about that one group in Central America?
No, the name did not come from the indigenous peoples. The name America does not come from the indigenous peoples. You just sit here and show Vino a definition of the etymology of the word America, and then you say it based on those Europeans, it was the first people that they saw. They didn't see nobody that looked like Vino or AP. They didn't see nobody that looked like that. You literally just showed him the etymology of the word America, and then he simply asked you that question, and you're going to turn around and say that? Bro, like y'all are making shit up.
Well, they had a group in the southeast of North America. They ran into a group in Central America that also used that term as well. We've been American. Hell, Alberto Vespucci named himself after America because he was so intrigued and influenced by those indigenous peoples that referred to this land as America.
Right. That one little group.
Where is the source? So they do this for like 40 minutes, y'all, like no cap. That's why I couldn't listen to it. So I only listened to like a little bit of Vino saying all this confused shit, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it live. Like, these niggas is dumb. This is what I mean by that. Look, 42 minutes between the two of them, and we don't even know who the first peoples are.
What was your family doing? Where is these niggas at?
Oh, now I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's just, people are going to lie and people are going to try to tell it, and it is what it is. We just got to do our best to get.
Vino, You ain't gonna never find none of the shit that the motherfuckers was saying in there because he's dumb. He's so dumb that he told you to go get this book about Tennessee as if I'm not in Tennessee and I don't already know about this book. And in this book, they ain't talking about nobody that look like you, Vino, or AP in this book. And they tell you that throughout the histories of this book, upon one of the ladder of these mountains in a gap through which the Indians passed near the head of Brasstown Creek, they're explaining all of this shit that's going on in the state of Tennessee. These rivers, these mountains, the counties, the names of the counties, all of that shit earlier on in the book. The reason that I know, because in this same book, I made a post and tagged AP in it and asked him to justify some information that came out of this book as it was refuting his position. They continue in this entire first chapter, naming all of the small towns, rivers, creeks, hot spots, and places. I'm talking everywhere. All throughout east to west, north to south Tennessee. The rivers that run through it, that connect to other spots, all of it. If you open the book, they ain't saying nothing about nobody in the very first chapter of the book, but the damn Indians. AP just told you that he ain't no motherfucking Indian. He an American. He confused you, and you like, what is an American? Then he told you an American is who the people first saw when they came to Americas. Well, we know that's a fucking lie. Because AP ancestors were enslaved by white people. And he keep on trying to hide that from y'all. Hold on, let me call Denzel by his real name. Denzel, his people, was enslaved by white people. He wasn't indigenous or aboriginal to no land. Them motherfuckers was slaves on both sides of his family. Slaves. And I want him to stick his chest out. That's why he's saying, oh, it's weird when you show people your family and all that shit online. No, it ain't weird. It is you being inquisitive enough to want to put your family's lineage together so you have a true version of what went on in your family. And you getting help from other people. It just so happen to be people that's online because motherfuckers is doing this shit every day. Smoke Signal don't even learn about his people in Oklahoma if it wasn't for not a coincidence. Had it not been for not a coincidence, helping putting them pieces together, he don't even know about who this slave master was that owned his goddamn grandmama, aunt and granddaddy. That was vital information. Even though he tried to downplay it, dismiss it, and push back off of it, but that was critical information. Because it brought him all the way to the motherfucking person who owned his people. And she was an Indian. Like I said, you ain't gonna find nothing in here talking about no Aboriginal or indigenous people. It's only gonna be that y'all, and I'm saying Aboriginal or indigenous in the sense of how y'all use the word. This book is merely talking about not only the landscape of the state of Tennessee from top to bottom and all its intricate pieces and points, but it also talks about where the Indians dwelled all over this motherfucking place. And even how the name comes about in specific areas of places. That is significant, which is also how I call AP lying again. Because he was trying to say some shit came from some shit it didn't even come from. Listen, when I tell you they only talking about Indians, I don't play no games. In the country within the limits of this state called the Chickasaw Purchase between Tennessee River and the Mississippi. The Chickasaw. Is he Chickasaw? No, he said he ain't that. He American. He American. I dare him to claim Chickasaw. Cause then you really got him. They ain't talking about no Negroes, no blacks. They ain't mentioning none of that shit about Tennessee. He can't run that old Aboriginal bullshit on the state of Tennessee. These motherfuckers put a whole jack move on the state and ran Indians up out of the territory here. And we know that for a fact. They document that shit very well. I'm gonna give you another piece of this shit. Because Tennessee used to be a part of North Carolina. Where it go? Did I skip past it? Nope, they down in Columbia. Perfect. All right. The motions progress from west to east, and these earthquakes travel. See, that's all I'm telling you. Travel progressively in that direction, agitating and alarming in succession the countries of America, Europe, and Asia. They telling you how this shit came about, bro. They ain't even talking about no people in this whole beginning. And he told you to read this book as a good book. How the fuck is it a good book and he ain't never read a book? How? Why do you want to know about the land and how it came to be? Why would you want to know this? You ain't got no people in Tennessee. But see, me and him from here, from the state of Tennessee and Sutek. And it might be a few other people. So we can gain plenty of understanding in this direction. However, we wasn't always here. We ain't even claiming to always be here. Like literally, if you read this, you read this, you're gonna have more questions. You're gonna be like, but wait, I don't see the Americans in this. You're gonna be like this. This is how you're gonna be. I read that I was looking in the source you gave me the other day on the show, right? And I was trying to find the Americans who you say you is in that book you gave me, because I was just trying to, you know what I'm saying? I was just doing, because you told me to go look. And so I was just doing my due diligence, but I did see that they mentioned the Indians, the Chickasaw, like a lot of times in the book, like the Chickasaw was real deep and heavy in this book. So is you are the Chickasaws the real Americans? You're gonna say some stupid ass shit like that. You're gonna ask them based on that. Look at that. Of the Indian summer in Tennessee. The Indian summer in Tennessee. In Tennessee and North Carolina and Virginia, a part of the year is distinguished by the name of the Indian summer, which is said not to be known in other parts of the world. About the middle of October, or a few days sooner or later, commences. The weather is fair and warm, with a hazy or smoky appearance of the atmosphere, and causes agreeable sensations. Hold on 1 second. It continues 2 or 3 weeks. Ain't that what the source say? Continues 2 or 3 weeks, and sometimes more. And it immediately succeeded by cold weather. Talking about the fall. This ain't got nothing to do with none of that. All it is. And then it just talks about the weather, comes down and says how cold it gets until it gets near April. And then it starts talking about spirits. The animal spirits are exhilarated by wind from west and much more, so by one from the northwest. In any part of the west of the winter, the wind is seldom from any point beyond the south and the southwest. All of this ain't got nothing to do with AP. I don't know why he gave you this book. You can just flick through it. You're not gonna find nothing that's gonna say anything outside of the fact that they're saying what they're saying about the rivers, creeks, weathers, mountains, all of that. When they start talking people in this book, they talking Indians and Indians only. Outside of archaeology, Indians only. Indian business. And I ain't talking about people claim to be copper color. I'm talking about Indians who are kin to them people that crossed the Bering Strait, which AP said they are more recent people. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know how he came up with that, bro, but he can't. I mean, he can tell y'all anything. He can't. He couldn't even. He just pulled this up and then started showing this and showing that. And now some people gonna be looking in this shit and they're gonna be looking at it biasly, not knowing, like, yo, this ain't talking about what you was just mentioning to me on the show at all. And you know why he can show you shit like this? Because he know you ain't gonna fucking read it. Before entering upon the Aboriginal history of Tennessee, a short comparison of the Mexicans with the Hindus and the Persians, and of Natchez with the Mexicans, will it concede very much contribute to the understanding of the many Aboriginal relics which with which we met in this country. This comparison, therefore, will be made. First, between two political institutions of the Mexicans and the Peruvians. On the one hand, I said Persians earlier, but now he says Peruvians. On the other hand, with those of the Hindus and the Persians on the other. Secondly, between the religious practices of the Hindus and the Persians on the one hand and the other, and on the other. Thirdly, between the cosmical history of the latter and that of the Hindus and the Persians. Fourthly, between the vernacular customs of the Hindus and Persians and those of the Mexicans and the Peruvians. Ancient authors considered the Hindus and Egyptians as the same people. And I believe that the one was a colony from the other because of the sameness which was found in their religion, government, customs, sciences, and arts. A similitude with one is therefore equally so with the other. The Mexicans and Peruvians, like the Hindus, invested their princes with despotic power. And like the Hindus, the Persians, Chinese, and Cyclonese that dominated them with children of the sun. The Persians called their princes brothers of the sun. The Mexicans, like the Hindus, divided the people into 5 or rather 4 castes. The Mexicans had post roads or carriers through all parts. Of the empire, an institution first invented by Persia, by Cyrus, or soon after his time, and which has now introduced into Europe before the time of the Augustus, and not into the states of the modern Europe till very later. Y'all listening to this shit like, what the fuck is this author talking about? He don't even know. He told you that early on when he read it. He said he believed. The author literally said that he believed. He has no knowledge of it. And believed that the one was a colony from the other. In the very first in the second paragraph, very first sentence. I mean, the second paragraph, the very first, he rips it right there. Ancient authors considered the Hindus and Egyptians as the same people and believed that the one was a colony from the other. How the fuck are the Egyptians and the Hindus the same fucking people? Anyway, before he gets religious, the lands he talks again. Remember, this is about Tennessee. He done took you from trying to get into Tennessee to Mexico, to the Peruvians, to Egypt, to the Hindus, to the Persians. We ain't even in Tennessee no more when he started talking about description.
Don't forget Panama.
Oh yeah, you can't forget Panama. Can't forget Panama. And he continues on with his Egyptians, Hebrews, all that shit, all throughout right here. He don't even come back. He talking about Vishnu. There's no reason. This is what I mean. Why the hell would he give you this as a source to read? He didn't justify or qualify why he was giving you this. He didn't take you to a page.
Because black people been everywhere, Sean. Black people been everywhere. You gotta familiarize yourself with with their arguments, though. You know what I'm saying? We are a universal people who's been part
Why
of
do
the
you feel like you
universe.
need to interject ignorance in the middle of me explaining to data that they wrong?
I'm just saying, when you say how, that's going to be their answer. So you got to have an to that answer because they
No,
got an answer. It ain't a good answer. I'm
I
not saying it's
already
a good.
I already
It
dealt with
ain't a good
that.
answer.
You
They
can't
think we're universal.
and that's incorrect.
Listen, man, shout out to everybody dealing with this motherfucking snow and shit in the Northeast because this is some bullshit. I'm out here walking my dog at 11:19 p.m. in the snow.
And you interrupt.
But go ahead.
Now the only thing that comes up is a necklace of black beads. Again, I don't understand why he gave you this book. Because it ain't gonna take you or answer the questions that you're looking for. Mexico is all through this and some religious junk. But you ain't even gotta trust me. You ain't gotta trust me. Go back and look for yourself. Go to the beginning of the book. You know, similar to the books that you ain't even read, and I'm gonna give you an example of what I'm talking about. I'm finna show you how you don't even read books, because one of your books ain't even got no fucking source in it. The Natchez compared with the Mexicans, the ancient inhabitants of Tennessee with both. Chapter 5. Read it. Go read it. The Cherokees. I'm trying to tell you right now, they ain't talking about no black people in this book at all. You would never see black people. It's always going to be the Chickasaws in the state of Tennessee. They're telling you specifically, Chickasaw, Chickasaw, Chickasaw. That's who they're claiming to be aboriginal to Tennessee. Is the Chickasaws. That's the gist of the book. But to kind of double down on things, let's go to Vino's book, right? Let's go to Vino's book from yesterday. So real quick, we're going to come back to page 82, which is the discoveries of the Antilles Indians made by the Spaniards and Indies made by the Spaniards. The first beginnings of the discoveries of the Spaniards with the continuation of the discoveries of the Portugals. So I'm going to come back to this real quick, but I'm going to go to the fucking back of this book. Here's the back of the book. It's the last page in the back of the book. 259 or 259. What are sources? Are they at the beginning of the book? They definitely aren't at the end of each chapter. They're not at the end of each chapter. Is this book incomplete? Potentially. But I'm just using the book because this is his source. So we can't go in and cross-reference his source because his source don't give you a source. So you can't substantiate it. So you don't know why the hell they mention black captives in the book without no description of or mention of, because it doesn't say so. The other book, on the other hand, ain't like that book. Here's the difference. Go to the back of this motherfucking book. And you see the difference. You see that? I'll be like, nope, don't see no sources at the back of the book. Oh, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. He didn't put them at the back of the book. This is how you know that they don't be reading no books, bro. Like straight up and down. He got the bibliography beginning on page 49. With this long ass introduction. His introduction longer than the one we got in the Spills of the Mossi books. And we got fucking 6 authors in that damn book. So I just want to show y'all. I keep forgetting I ain't got school. So yeah, you see me flipping through, right? But you see it's a bibliography right here. But it ain't the same in the other book. I can't make this shit up. I ain't dismissing the book. Nope. I'm not going to dismiss the book. It's just missing information. So I don't think that this book is complete. That's all I'm saying. And they got an English translation, and then they got the, you know what I'm saying, regular shit written right here. But we ain't got all the information. And this is where Vino gets stuck because he can't verify where the source is saying where these Negro captives from Africa came from. Well, how did they get there? Mm-hmm. So he looking real.
Well, I mean, he did Vino describe how his Malian ancestors got here? I mean, I think that's probably a starting place. No?
Wow, he don't know. He ain't never said that. He said he ain't never said that. He think the DNA test is
Vino, my
wrong.
African brother, he think people supposed to be ignoring that. Nah, bruh. You one fourth, one fourth or 50% African. You know what I'm saying? If it's your grandfather, that means
More
okay,
than
you
that.
one fourth. I mean,
More than
at the bare minimum, you're one fourth African. At the bare minimum, we suspect it's more, but you can't deny. So sounds like you're every bit of a tether as well. Cause guess what? It was some good old African heritage that imparted upon you by your African grandfather. That's how that's gonna crumble. Like you're not gonna, you can't let him off the hook like that.
I ain't
Even
letting
though
him off there.
I'm the Abo apologist, but you know,
You will. Unless it
I'm gonna
come,
just say my little.
I said until when it comes to Vino, you ain't no apologist no more. You at his neck, and the only reason you at his neck is because he mentioned Panama, and
Oh, you
if the
see,
other
son, you ain't right. You ain't right.
the
You
other
ain't right. Cause
if the other
oh, I
Abos
was
did that
calling
shit,
smoke signal. I was smoke signal calling him Smoke Hawkins all the time, referencing his whole Hawkins situation.
that's his neck.
But
No, that's his neck.
you want to be selective. You want to be selective. But I'm equal opportunist smoke. But you want to point
No, you
out
ain't.
only.
That's me.
All right,
I'm
see what I'm
equal
saying?
opportunity.
Like no, you equals disrespecting. That's whatever.
I
You know what
just
I'm saying?
I give it, but I get it. Hey, anybody can get it. I'm the true definition of anybody can get it.
No, you be ready on the cusp. You be wanting to give it. That's
Listen
why
to what he
anybody can
said.
get it.
Listen, how the fuck can you verify something with something else when you don't even got the goddamn source to verify, you dumbass? You just literally sat in the chat, Vino, and said that dumbass shit. I just sit here and showed you that your first source that you showed did not even have no goddamn sources in it, and you gonna say that you verified it with another book. How the fuck do you know how to verify with another book when you using the book? No, mother, you gotta use the book that you gotta get the source from the book that you're using. You can't use another book and a whole nother author that ain't even saying the same shit. They're using an example or a portion of history, but they're not, bro, it's written by two different authors. You can't say you verified it by using a whole nother source. No.
Why you gotta go? Listen, if
Your
he in the
methodology is
absence,
flawed. Your methodology
he
is flawed.
He's not going to be able to show any evidence. It's very clear because the link has been posted. Vino, all you had to do is show your screen. I think the topic that Sean is on is very evident. You're scared to come on here and deal with this topic because you know you can't, right? So Sean, all he's doing is rubbing it in your face at this moment because he knows you know you can't defend yourself, right? Everybody, okay, right? Everybody knows you don't have a you don't have. That's the reason why because you always jumping on, right? So this is a shocker right here. You're not jumping on because you don't got nothing to say. So he's just being a bully right now. We know you in the wrong. You don't know shit right now pertaining to this topic. You can't defend yourself. We just listen. It's an L on you, but you still a brother. You still our African Malian brother, West
Nah, see,
African
there you
brother.
go again with the apologist shit. The motherfucker
He's
just
he's a West African. What you want me to do, Sean?
he disrespected Africa, and then you want to sit here and say you still my brother?
We disrespected the Indians like how many times?
Like, bro, like you. I mean, goddamn.
How many times? I know we be like, woo, 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 woo. They live in TPs and shit. We make fun of them too.
No, we don't.
Fuck them motherfuckers. Like,
no, we don't. We don't.
Yeah, cut it out. Yes. Okay. Well, speak for yourself.
Nah, exactly.
Speak for yourself.
Don't put me in your shit.
I'm just saying, no, I ain't talking about my shit. Speak for yourself because the rest of your abo killers, they be out here for the juggler, okay? They talk about they living in TPs. They don't have no culture. They don't have no history. Yes, they go for them too.
You tripping?
They definitely not.
Let me get back to my. Walk your dog.
We back in the house, but go ahead.
Yeah, water your plants. The little fire you got. As we look across the globe, humans display an astonishing variety of skin colors. This is for Vino, because he's stuck on skin tone. This is also for other Aboriginals out there that love this whole thing about everybody the same. Black people. Oh, he black. Show me the black people in Central America before the Peckerwood type shit. So in no other species do we find such a broad range. The reasons for this diversity are rooted in human evolutionary history and offer some of the most compelling examples of natural selection at work in the human lineage. We can understand skin color in modern humans only by looking back at our evolutionary past. In the earlier chapters, which I skipped over because I want to deal specifically with color, they talk about these things. So with most species of our close primate relatives, the old world monkeys and apes have lightly pigmented skin color with dark hair, which is probably the ancestral or primitive condition for the entire group to which these animals belong. Their skin contains differing combinations of apocrine and acrine sweat glands, our closest cousins. The African apes have mostly eccrine glands, as humans do. From this information, we can deduce the ancestral conditions of the skin of the last common ancestor of the chimpanzees and humans who lived around 6 million years ago. It was probably lightly pigmented, covered with dark hair, and endowed with the preponderance of eccrine sweat glands. Significantly, this skin likely had the ability to develop more melanin pigment in response to sun exposure. In other words, to develop a tan on those surfaces that were not covered with hair, such as their face and hands. What happened to the hominid skin after our lineages split from that of a chimpanzee during the period from 6 to about 2 million years ago? Human evolution was confined to Africa and was dominated by species belonging to the genus Australopithecus. The Australopithecines, as members of this group, are known, were made up of at least 8 distinct species. One of these species may have been the ancestor of the Homo lineage, or closely related direct ancestor, although this issue is still debated. Before the evolution of the genus Homo, hominids as a whole exhibited shorter stature, more ape-like limb proportions, more ape-sized brains, and generally more ape-like lifestyles. The Australopithecines do not portray any anatomically signs that they engaged in high-energy, long-distance sojourns that seem to have characterized Homo, meaning they're nothing like us, right? They don't have that same high-energy drive or ingenuity that we have. Rather, they were walkers and respectable tree climbers, an ability that would have served them well during foraging or when they were threatened by predators. The Australopithecines were not yet naked apes. Their skin was probably very similar in the last common ancestor, or chimps or humans, that is, light in color with a coat of dark hair. The skin on their faces and hands likely had the potential to develop darker pigmentation. As the animals got older and were exposed to more sunlight, but in the terms of their skin, they still look like apes. The earliest known members of the genus Homo are recognized in the African fossil record beginning 2 million years ago. Compared to their Australopithecine predecessors, these hominids had generally larger bodies, larger brains, longer lower limbs. Their skeletons lacked grasping toes that characterized their tree climbing forebears and instead bore the long legs of powerful long-distance walkers and runners. Their higher activity levels and longer daylight exposure we have been able to reconstruct for early Homo required that the skin of the species be essentially hairless and endowed with a high density of eccrine sweat glands in order to facilitate heat loss, which was explained in chapter 3. This situation created a new physiological challenge for humans, protecting naked skin from the high UV levels in the equatorial sunshine. Dense, hairy coats protect the skin of most mammals from UVR-induced damage because the hairs themselves absorb or reflect most short-wavelength solar radiation. Once most of all of the hair is lost, however, the skin is highly vulnerable because hominids at this stage lack the technological wherewithal to protect themselves from the sun with clothing or shelter. They had to adapt biologically. This adaptation took the form of a marked increase in the melanin content of the skin, and it represented a major change in skin's appearance and function. So earlier members of the genus Homo, the ancestral stock from which all later humans evolved, were darkly pigmented. Now, here we go. I'm going to say it one more time. Early members of our genus Homo, the ancestral stock, which would all later humans evolved, were darkly pigmented. You know, these super conscious woke folk that say that black people was all over the planet, which melanated goddesses came on here earlier with the shim sham flim flam boom bam. This is why I'm getting.
We always been here. We always been here. We did black people traverse.
Really?
I don't believe any of this stuff. I'm just telling you that's what they say. I don't believe that.
Can I finish?
You think I believe that, but I don't.
No.
But go ahead.
Thank you. This
There's so much snow out here. Oh shit!
You know your mic's still hot. This contention has recently been supported by genetic evidence demonstrating the strong levels of natural selection acted to produce dark pigmentation in these human ancestors. Why wasn't dark skin a liability in heat? After all, dark objects absorb more radiation and become hotter in the sun than light ones do. Physiologists and anthropologists have carefully studied this topic over years, mostly in investigations of human endurance under extreme environmental conditions. These studies demonstrate that darkly pigmented skin itself does not perceptibly increase the body's heat load in the face of intense solar radiation. Infrared radiation is the type of primarily responsible for the heat buildup caused by the sunshine, and dark skin and light skin absorb infrared radiation from the sun to nearly equal extents. By far the most significant factors in increasing a person's heat load of an external temperature, humidity, and the amount of heat the person generates as a result of exercise. So dark skin did not work against Homo's ability to tolerate heat. By the time the genius emerged, then about 2 million years ago, our ancestors' skin had become nearly modern in its color and hairlessness. Most of the evolution of the genius Homo was played out in Africa. Most of it was played out in Africa. Fossil evidence from Ethiopia shows clearly that ancestors of modern Homo sapiens existed around 155,000 years ago, and that the fully modern people evolved soon after. Completely anatomical modern people started to make their way out of tropical Africa 115,000 years ago, based on our knowledge of the fossil record near the Levant. By the time modern humans started leaving tropical Africa, they were culturally competent people. They made and employed a wide variety of tools. They used fire and cooked. They had sophisticated command of language. The pace of this modern human diaspora began to quicken around 100,000 years ago. But because so many of these migrations involved coastal routes, our physical record of them is sparse. Much of what we know comes from the molecular evidence combined with information from the bones and stones. These bodies of evidence show that fully anatomically modern people were established in Africa around 70,000 years ago, in Australia 60,000 years ago, and in Europe 50,000 years ago. As modern people moved into these far-flung environmental diverse places, their bodies and cultures adapted to the new circumstances. One more time. When people left out of Africa, they mutated and adapted to the circumstances that nature provided around them in order for them to survive. That's what transpired. One of the most important adaptations had to do with their skin color. Here we go, Vino. What my colleagues and I have learned in our own research on the evolution of skin color is that melanin levels in the skin represent a compromise, which has been struck by evolution through natural selection. This conclusion in itself is not new. What is new is the establishment of the causal relationships between levels of pigmentation and human productive success. Reproductive success, survival to reproductive age, successful reproduction, and the survival of offspring is the basis of natural selection and the final arbiter of evolution. In the past, most explanations for the evolution of dark skin focused on the protection it afforded from the UVR effects that were detrimental to health, but they did not necessarily affect reproduction. For example, sunburn, sun-related skin degeneration, and skin cancer. But these effects cannot be invoked as the primary drivers in the evolution of dark skin because they have little impact on an individual's reproductive ability. Because reproductive success is what evolution is all about, adaptive explanations for given trait must demonstrate some reproductive benefit. UVR influences several chemical compounds in the body that are vital for successful reproduction, including DNA, folate, and vitamin D. Therefore, skin pigmentation should be dark enough to prevent or slow the breakdown of important biomolecules in the skin by the UV, but the light enough to permit the production of the important biomolecules catalyzed by UVR. In other words, melanin is the governor. This theory is based on two long-standing observations introduced in Chapter 4. The first is that the longer wavelength UVA destroys the B vitamin folate. A lack of folate reduces reproductive success because it inhibits the production of DNA, which is needed for cell division. The second is the short-waved UVR. synthesizes vitamin D in the skin. A lack of vitamin D adversely affects reproductive success because it impairs the body's calcium metabolism. So different levels of skin pigmentation have therefore evolved to balance these somewhat contradictory needs. Evolution has produced two opposing gradients of clines of skin pigmentation. What's the first one? From darkly pigmented skin at the equator, at the equator, to lightly pigmented skin near the poles. I'm gonna say that one more time. The first cline grades from darkly pigmented skin, which we look at the equator, we get the darkest pigmented skin, and we get the lightest pigmented skin when you go near either pole, north or south, corresponding to the need for photo protection. The second cline grades from highly pigmented skin near the poles to darker skin near the equator, allowing UVR to penetrate the skin for vitamin D production. Between these extremes, these clines, we find people with moderate levels of genetically determined pigmentation who have enhanced ability to tan depending on seasonal UVR levels. This is why the white man, right? They get out there in front of that sun, it'll whoop them to a degree they turn dang near red. Light-skinned people, fair-skinned like myself, I can get a little bit more browner. Sutek can get a little bit more darker. But the blackest of the black, you really don't even see all of that. If you live in a part of the world that receives very high levels of UVR, which is what I just basically mentioned, it is highly advantageous to have as much melanin in your skin as possible in order to protect your DNA and folate levels from damaging effects of UVR. The extremely dark tones that we see among people in equatorial Africa have evolved to meet this need. So when you see the super blacks, there's a reason for that. Them super blacks need that. They're near the hottest regions of consuming those UVR rays. Although dark skin provides excellent protection against harmful effects of UVR, it also greatly slows the process of producing vitamin D in the skin, because melanin is such an effective sunscreen. People with very dark skin must spend more than 5 times as long in the sun as those with light skin in order to make the same amounts of vitamin D. So if you have Honey Clark, she is vitamin D deficient. She is super light, almost white. So she would have to be out there in the sun long enough to consume more versus somebody else. I mean, not to consume more, because she's so light, when she getting beat up, she getting beat up. But people with darker skin, they got to stay out there a little bit longer. If you're getting vitamin D that well, you're going to be deficient. Melanated is why her name melanated is black as hell. She ain't got to be out there in the sun all day.
What you trying to say? What? See? What happened?
Mute your black ass. Mute. As ancient members of our own species first moved out of equatorial latitudes, the exposure to UVR rays, and especially the UVBs, which stimulates vitamin D production, was dramatically reduced. You have to think about it. When the L3 haplogroup leaves up out of Africa and it starts going in other places, when these people traveling to these other places, they are specifically telling us that their exposure to the sun became totally different. So there was an adaptation that was forced. Those genetic pressures created situations to where something had to change. But listen, it says, under conditions of low UVR, their dark pigmentation tended to slow or prevent the process of synthesizing vitamin D in the skin. Therefore, as humans moved out of the tropics, natural selection promoted the lightening of their pigmentation, what they call depigmentation of their skin, in order to facilitate the photosynthesis of vitamin D. See, Honey Clark started in equatorial Africa, mixed outside of equatorial Africa, and then she was up there in Russia, and that's how she became as light as hell. That ain't really what happened to her, but comedically, that's a good example for how she got like very, very light skin, although we know that's admixture. Using remotely sensed data of UVR levels at the Earth's surface at the precise dosage of UVB necessary to synthesize vitamin D in human skin at a specific latitude, we can calculate the potential for production of vitamin D in the skin in various geographic locations. Near the equator, the UVR levels throughout the year are adequate to manufacture vitamin D, although the rate is considerably slower in darkly pigmented people. As we move out of the tropics into the middle latitudes, from about 25 to 50 degrees, there is not enough UVR to produce vitamin D. The skin of a lightly pigmented person during at least 1 month of a year in the latitudes above 50 degrees in the far north levels of UVR are much lower. This is why you see those people that I think I showed y'all before that look similar to the Native Americans, but they're in Siberia. They have a specific diet that drives them to eat a certain way so that they can get some of the nutrients that's needed to generate what they ain't getting from the sun because of the conditions and the weather and all of those things. But anyway, when the levels are average of the entire year, they are insufficient to permit enough vitamin D in the skin and lightly pigmented person to maintain normal health. This was a real problem in human evolution. It is also a big problem today because the farther north you go, the harder it is for you to make vitamin D in your skin. For people with darker skin who filtered out a great deal of the environment UVB with their built-in melanin, these vitamin D zones have a different shape. The safe zone for vitamin D production near the equator is narrow for people with dark skin than it is for people with light skin. At high latitudes, it is almost impossible for dark-skinned people to produce vitamin D during most of the year. A recent study of school children in South Africa that compared the vitamin D levels of darkly pigmented and albino children offered dramatic evidence. The darkly pigmented children had significantly lower levels of vitamin D and consequently required a substantially higher dietary intake of the nutrient to attain the same physiological levels of the albino children. Strong natural selection for adequate vitamin D synthesis in the skin was the main cause of the evolution of lightly pigmented skin in human populations at high latitudes. Modern humans had to become lighter as they moved into regions with lower levels of UVB. This same vitamin D imperative also likely affected earlier hominids living outside the tropics. The ancestry of the well-known Neanderthals who lived in Europe and West Asia about 300,000 to 30,000 years ago can be traced to a European stock of early Homo. Neanderthals are not closely related to modern humans, but they inhabited many of the same places and experiences of the same environmental conditions. It is therefore reasonable to infer that the members of their lineage developed lighter skin in the course of their adaptation to life in low UVR parts of Eurasia, possibly through different genetic mechanisms than those that brought about skin lightening in their ancestors of modern Europeans. Although we cannot be certain. It is likely that Neanderthals also became somewhat hairier in the course of their evolution from tropical antecedents. Thicker body hair would have provided a smaller measure of extra warmth to their naked skin. Neanderthals survived the inimical climatic conditions of the last ice age, largely because of their cultural capabilities. They took advantage of natural shelters and used fires and simple body coverings made from animal hides to stay warm. Like their modern human counterparts in similar latitudes, Neanderthals probably had the ability to tan when the UVR levels were high. In regions where UVB levels fluctuated dramatically with the seasons, evolution of the ability to become temporarily darker during the periods of higher UVR intensity and then faded as UV levels fell would have been favored. In short or layman terms, like I told you earlier, if I'm outside during the summer, all summer, by the fall, I'm going to be darker than I will. I'm going to be dark. But by the winter, I'm going to regain my light skin because of less exposure to that damn sun. So my intake is less because of the conditions of the seasons that we go around. But if I am somewhere like in the Caribbeans or near the equator, as an example, Turks and Caicos, where the sun is just consistently beating, the temperature is 85 degrees year round. The difference is that the humidity level in Turks and Caicos regions it makes it feel like it's 105 or 110 or 103 degrees every day. But the temperatures say 85, but the humidity level will push that shit up 20 degrees. No matter what. Moving on. This explains why native peoples of the circum-Mediterranean area and other inhabitants in the zone between approximately 23 to 40 degree latitude have excellent tanning ability. I want to make it very clear. You know those people in the history books of the early Americas that call people tawny, that the Abos tried to stake claim to the word tawny? Those olive looking color people, which is also descriptive in a lot of the earlier text in the early Americas, olive and tawny. Those are clear indicators of those peoples of those regions who have the ability to tan the way that they is, so their skin looks the way that it is. And I'm talking about the Spanish and the Italians, because y'all see them often and they have this distinct tan look. Anyway, people with very light constitutive pigmentation never tan or tan very little, whereas those with moderate to dark constitutive pigmentation tan profusely. Even among people with ostensibly similar levels of constitutive pigmentation, considerable variations in tanning potential exists. In all people, facultative pigmentation fades over the course of weeks and months until the genetically determined baseline color is restored. I just mentioned that by talking about myself in the summer and then how I am in the fucking winter. The uneven distribution of active melanocytes in people with very lightly pigmented skin often causes them to develop small spots of pigmentation, freckles, following sun exposure. Freckles occur more frequently in very fair-skinned individuals. They tend to appear early in childhood and mostly disappear with age. Freckles darken and fade with seasonal changes in the UVR exposure, much as a tan does, because people with freckles are at much greater risk of developing skin cancer than those without them. They need to reduce their UV exposure as much as possible by routinely using sunscreen and covering up when outside. Relatively light-skinned people are not the only ones who tan. Tanning is also an important aspect of how darkly pigmented people have adapted to high levels of UVR. Dark-skinned individuals can tolerate longer sun exposure. than the light skin because their natural complement of melanin confers sun protection. In contrast, the SPV of moderately pigmented skin, such as we find in Southern European or Central Asia, is only 2.5. For most people, including those with naturally dark skin, exposure of the skin to peak UVR will make their skin darker because UVR stimulates their melanocytes to produce more melanin. Not to go over your head, Vino, because I know that you don't understand shit that is being read to you right now. And even those of you who are listening, when we're talking about a natural history of your skin, how it came to be, the process of that stimulant, why we have these different shades, is all due to what we know today as natural selection and those genetic pressures and your natural environment. You would have to be in a distinct environment to get certain exposure or be absorbed to certain exposure. That's why when you go to Florida, you see a lot more blacker people, skin tone wise, right? In the South, not only Florida, but like Georgia, South Carolina, you know what I'm saying? In the South, Texas, you see more dark-skinned people down here. Not to say that it ain't none in other places, but what I am referring to is there's more browner skin tone, a darker skin tone down in, and I'm just speaking over here. Whereas if you go to Oklahoma, where Vino is, it ain't a whole lot of black people unless they migrated to Oklahoma at some point of time in history. They're more lighter in their complexion. And then you got admixing going on between all them different phenotypes up there in the region. And next thing you know, you're getting different people exposed to different things. Be quiet. You over here taking offense to freckles because you got freckles. Man, ain't nobody up here trying to defend your freckles, bruh. Get out of here with these freckles. The freckle police is in the chat. Look at Jarrell in Vino voice. That's not true, Sean P. Sean P. That's not true, Sean P. We always been brunette, Sean P. Because we was always been her. It's real crazy. He crazy. But anyway, let me skip ahead a little bit. Because all she doing now is talking about Africa. And then, you know what I'm saying, from the different spots in Africa. But anyway, as humans from established cultures began to take long journeys over land and by sea for purposes of mapping and trading in relatively modern centuries, there were sometimes started to discover different skin colors. Even in travelers' accounts from the 15th century Europe, the skin colors of newly encountered peoples are reported as surprising. As natural historians and geographers, mostly from Europe, ventured into Asia and Africa, right? Australia and the Americas, and began to study the indigenous human populations in detail, they were able to assemble maps depicting the worldwide distribution of human skin color. The best known such map was composed by an Italian geographer, Renato Biasutti, based on the von Luskin skin color scale. This map gained broad circulation during the latter half of the 20th century. Even though Biasutti lacked information, on skin color for some regions and was forced to exfoliate from known areas to fill in gaps, a more accurate map based on the compilation of standardized skin reflectometry reading of indigenous peoples is now available. Both maps show similar trends, with more heavily pigmented people found near the equator, incrementally lighter ones found closer to the poles. What we've been saying, one of the most interesting aspects of the map shown in figure 24 is that the percentage of dark-skinned people in the southern hemisphere is greater than in the northern hemisphere. This is in fact a bias in the distribution of land masses relative to the equator. The northern hemisphere contains more habitable continental area of the high latitudes. Excuse me. And larger percentage of land mass in southern hemisphere is concentrated at the equator. You might also notice that there seems to be some exceptions to the trend of the darker skin at the equator and lighter near the poles. Generally, these exceptions represent peoples who have migrated to their current locations from an ancient homeland with a different UVR regimen. A good example is the Bantu language speakers of Africa who have expanded their range from equatorial West Africa into southern Africa over the past 4,000 years. The regular gradation of skin color by latitude exists because levels of UVR at the Earth's surface are strongly correlated with latitude of these in turn, and correlated with skin pigmentation. Detailed study of skin pigmentation and UVR levels has shown that the skin color is most closely related to UVR levels in the autumn, when UVR levels are near their lowest of the year. The correlation may exist because skin color is most strongly constrained by lower rather than higher UVR levels, and dampening effect from low UVR has vitamin D production. I'd like to withdraw 30 freckles, please. Using the relationship that exists between skin color and environmental parameters, including UVR, it is possible to construct a map of predicated human skin colors, in which the colors are fairly realistic approximations of true color of skin. This map depicts an idealized situation in which we assume that humans worldwide have inhabited their respective regions of similar amounts of time and followed their similar cultural practices that could affect their skin color. It is important to remember when looking at such a map that the world's indigenous peoples haven't all been in their home countries for the same length of time. Also, human populations differ in how they cope with the sun. Thus, the actual skin colors of some people don't closely match the colors of predicted for the current inhabitants. Let me see what happened. Oh yeah, Sean, those TikTokers is there. Yeah, y'all TikTokers is back. Whatever the fuck. Fuck you TikTokers. As scientists have studied human skin color over the years, one consistent observation is that women have lighter skin color than men. This is true for all indigenous peoples, even for those who are very dark-skinned, among whom such differences are not readily visible. Some have speculated that lighter skin evolved in females to mimic the paler skin of infants, who in all populations have the lightest skin. By imitating the infant condition, this argument goes, females could garner some measure of the same social protection afforded to infants in the groups that include stronger and potentially hostile males. Others have maintained that lighter skin in females can be traced to a history of conscious choices by males who prefer more lightly pigmented females as mates, possibly because of the association between light skin and infancy. These hypotheses were based on observations that the attraction between human infants and human females resulted in part from their lighter pigmentation, as well as the form from other features of their appearance. According to this reasoning, lighter colored females are perceived as more feminine than darker females and thus are preferable as sexual partners. So melanated black ass ain't even sexually attracted to us males than a lighter skinned female is.
What the hell? What?
That's what it says, bro. That's what it says. Nah,
whose opinion is that? That's not real science.
Are you listening? It's a hypothesis based off of the observation.
Well, black men find me attractive. I don't care if I'm not attractive to other groups of men. I ain't trying to attract them no way. But black men, when they see my chocolate, they like, okay, chocolate latte. You know, what you the mocha macchiato? You know what I'm saying?
Tell your name on Facebook the way you talk.
Oh my God, here you go. All right, I'm going on mute.
Male-female differences in skin color may also be explicable from a male perspective. Natural selection may have favored darker skin. Let me get into that here. Look at that skin. It got tattoos on the body too. Look at that. Oh, this Vino's favorite right here, y'all. Look at that. That's a black man. That's a black person right there, Sean P. Look at his skin, Sean P. Straight up black, Sean P. Bro, that person that I just showed right there is in Denmark. Look at the rest. Look at that mole. Mole rat. Got skin too. I go a black person right there, Vino. But yeah, y'all done ran Vino up out of here. Y'all done beat him up so bad. He said he couldn't take it no more. He couldn't take it no more. Y'all
Vino gonna
answer
say you
his
showing
question too
Negroes.
much.
Them is Negroes right there.
Hold on. Hold on. Here we go again, right here. Fuck you, nigga. I ain't giving you no link. These are Africans right here. Two different types. Look at this female. Because of where she is, she developed that. Look at this Bushman though. Look how light skinned he is, showing a diversity on the continent of Africa. We ain't even gotta go there, bro. Like, we know the game. Look at these peoples. They're in the same areas. But watch this. Look, the
She look
Berbers
Jamaican.
and the
She look
Sami.
Jamaican.
Who look Jamaican?
She do. No, well, not them people. No, not
This
them.
you talking about? Are you talking about the sister right here? You talking about her?
Yeah. I'm talking about
That's
her.
who.
Yeah, she look Jamaican.
All right. So again, look at the Berber and then that lady from Finland. Look at this lady. The tattoos on her face. Thug life. She can't get no job in America. Hold on, let me get to it. Look at that map right there. Let's get back to this bit. Has the foliated levels in the body, which would safeguard sperm production, a process that depends on the foliated from DNA synthesis. I have advanced a different explanation of this sexual dimorphism or genetically determined difference between the sexes in skin pigmentation, and it involves vitamin D. Now, melanated, here we go. Listen to this, right? Because remember, we just were talking about this. Women have a lighter skin tone, no matter where you are or what you are. You have a lighter skin tone than the man. So, in instances. So during a woman's reproductive years, she is geared up not only to sustain the calcium reserves needed to maintain her own body, but also to build the reserves of her offspring during pregnancy, and to an even greater extent during breastfeeding. A woman's need for calcium is nearly double than that of a man of the same age. The calcium and phosphate stored in her bones are mobilized on a large scale to help build the skeleton of her fetus and newborn child, which means that she urgently needs to replenish the calcium stores in her own bones through the increased intake of absorption of the dietary calcium. So if vitamin D is in short supply, she cannot absorb calcium, and her bones and those of her offspring suffer accordingly. In serious cases of vitamin D deficiency, the bones of the newborn baby don't harden properly, leading to the tragic deformity of rickets. The mother, although less obviously affected, suffers thinning and softening of the bones as a result of the mineral depletion, leaving her with a weakened skeleton and a heightened long-term risk of bone fractures. To avoid these problems, evolution has acted to ensure that mothers make enough vitamin D in their skin by selecting for females who are slightly lighter in color than males. By having lighter skin, females can produce slightly more vitamin D than males under the same UVR conditions and optimize their absorption of calcium and improve their chances and their infants' chances of healthy survival and reproduction. Females maintain a delicate balance with respect to natural selection. They must have sufficiently dark skin to protect their foliate and DNA, but light enough skin to maximize vitamin D production. This is evolution at its finest, establishing an effective biological compromise to ensure survival of the species. These physiological arguments do not preclude sexual selection as a factor in creating patterns of sexual dimorphism in the skin color that we observe in human populations today. It seems unlikely, however, that sexual selection alone accounts entirely for the patterns because females are lighter than males in all populations studied, even those in which the differences can be detected only by the instrumentation, not by your naked eye, mofo. But it may well be that male preference for lighter females in many populations has attenuated the pre-existing disparity in skin color that was initially established by natural selection. Many societies are known to express preferences for lighter skinned women, a view promoted by vigorous marketing of skin lightening creams in both industrialized and developing countries. Men and women attain their darkest levels of skin pigmentation during their earlier reproductive years. For reasons that make considerable evolutionary sense, considering the importance of the effective melanin shield in protecting the body's foliate and DNA. In addition, however, females develop darker pigmentation on some parts of their bodies earlier in pregnancy. This phenomenon, known as melasma or cloasma, as characterized by darkening of the nipples and your areolas, and to a lesser extent, the abdominal wall, the genitalia, and face. Many of you women could relate to that. The extra pigmentation of the cheeks, nose, and forehead that is a hallmark of melasma is sometimes referred to as the mask of pregnancy. Y'all all say that shit. Melasma increases throughout the pregnancy as the melanocytes step up to the melanin production as the number of the melanocytes in the skin and actual increases. Now y'all know why y'all bought it. Y'all, oh, my face is getting darker. Oh, this is doing that. Now y'all know why. The darkening of the pregnant woman's nipples and the areola is permanent and intensifies with successive pregnancies. Blotches of dark pigmentation on a woman's face in a particular similar that of melasma can be a side effect of a long-term oral contraceptive used apparently because facial melanocytes are specifically sensitive to the estrogen and progesterone contained in the birth control pills. Less well established is the reason for the melasma-like changes of the face and body response and the hormonal changes of the menstrual cycle in y'all women. Many women complain of dark circles under their eyes and around their mouth during their period, perhaps as a result of temporarily increased production of melanin in facial melanocytes. It is tempting to speculate that the facial darkening of melasma may be an evolutionary adaptation to females of a reproductive age from UVR. The ability of the melanocytes of the face of the breast to respond quickly to hormonal changes suggests that additional protection for the regions benefits female health and would have been favored by natural selection. So clearly, the most important determinant of human skin colors has been adaptation to UVR. But in the course of human history, numerous other factors have come to be influential. Both our culture and our mobility, for example, have shaped the actions of natural selection over time. During the days of human prehistory, people had fewer cultural trappings to protect themselves against the environment. Under these conditions, biological adaptation to the environment evolved, including changes in skin color, body proportions, and methods of regulating thermal cooling. Over time, however, the weight of cultural capital has increased, strengthening our ability to protect ourselves from the vicissitudes of the environment. With greater cultural competence, cultural solutions to the environmental challenges of heat, cold, and UVR exposure, such as wearing clothes and constructing shelters, having largely come to supplant biological ones. In addition, the skin color of the population today is related to how long it has inhabited a particular area and how far in terms of latitude it is moved from the ancestral home. There appears to be a lag period between the time a group settles in an area and the time that it reaches its optimum skin color for the UVR conditions of that area. We don't yet know the length of this lag time, but it is related to the intensity with which natural selection operates on the population. In this connection, it is interesting to examine the skin colors of the native populations of equatorial South America. These New World populations have long been recognized as lighter skinned than their counterparts at similar latitudes and altitudes in the Old World. Their lighter skin may be attributable to a combination of how recently they migrated to South America from Asia and the cultural practices and the accoutrements they possess, such as different types of clothing, shelter, and protected them from higher levels of UVR exposure. Another factor that comes into play, especially in the past 200 years of rapid, wide-ranging human travel and migration at a pace previously unknown in human history, is interbreeding between once widely separated and disparate peoples, resulting in offspring of intermediate skin color. This development is particularly evident in large urban cities, centers, and on most continents, and in countries such as the United States that have promoted immigration for many generations. Diet. Your damn diet also played a part in the story of human skin color, with the role of dietary vitamin D assuming particular importance. Take the case of the Eskimo Aleut peoples of Northeast Asia and the North American Arctic. They exhibit darker skin tones than we would predict on the basis of low UVR levels in their native habitats. Significantly, however, the UVR received in these regions consists almost exclusively at UVA throughout the year, with virtually no UVB, except for the extremely small doses in the summer. Extremely small doses in the summer, which seriously reduces vitamin D synthesis. Living at the latitude has been possible only because Eskimo Aleut people subsist largely on a diet that is extremely rich in vitamin D. In fact, Aboriginal Eskimos Aleut diets consist primarily of vitamin D rich foods, which is what I mentioned earlier about the Siberians. So they're eating a whole bunch of marine mammals, fish, and caribou. It is interesting that with natural selection's pressures toward lighter skin apparently relaxed because of their diet, Eskimo Aleutians have evolved darker skin to protect themselves from the higher levels of UVA that reflect on them from snow, ice, and open water. So let's go. Our discussion has so far focused on the probable evolutionary forces responsible for different skin colors in humans. These forces act on a person's constitution and behavior, which are in parts the individual's phenotype. Behind every phenotype, though, is a genotype, the genetic basis for the external appearance. The genetic basis of human skin coloration is not yet well understood, and science is only now beginning to explore vigorously as one of many intellectual offshoots of the Human Genome Project and the field of comparative genomics. Studies of the genetic basis of skin color in humans has been built on many studies of genes that regulate the pigmentation of a coat color in other mammals, especially mice. So far, 60 to 127 currently recognized pigmentation genes in the mouse appear to have functional counterparts or orthologs in humans. Human skin pigmentation is not a simple trait specified by one gene or a set of genes. Rather, it is determined by the synchronized interaction of many genes with the environment. Because of this complexity, scientists have found it extremely challenging to identify the relative roles of variant genes and by varying environments in producing different skin color phenotypes. So far, most attention has focused on gene known as melanocortin I receptor, or MC1R. This is one of the major genes involved in determining human hair and skin pigmentation, through its role in controlling whether the melanocytes will produce eumelanin or pheomelanin. And that is where Sutek is in the chat beating you niggas up. The MC1R locus, or the gene, you need to write this down, little boy, in the chat with all that typing you're doing. You need to write this down. The MC1R locus, or gene, shows little variation within Africa, suggesting that there is a strong selective pressure to maintain the gene's function in enabling eumelanin production. Outside of Africa, the gene is characterized by high levels of variations. Variant forms of alleles of the MC1R gene in the Northern European population are associated with red hair and fair skin, and greatly reduced ability to tan, and a high risk of skin cancers. The global pattern of variation in the gene suggests that adaptive evolution for sun-resistant forms in MC1R genes began when humans first became hairless in tropical Africa, and that human movement into less sunny climes of Eurasia favored any mutant MC1R allele that did not produce dark skin. This interpretation is controversial, and research into the functions of the various forms of the MC1R gene is still in the early stages. What is clear now is that the MC1R gene has been the object of purifying selection and has played an important role in maintaining dark pigmentation in Africans. Much remains to be learned about the levels and effects of interactions of variant gene influences of skin color, while the production of high levels of eumelanin appears to be under tight genetic control, and as a result, natural selection in the regions of the world with high levels of UV. We have increasing evidence that the variation of the MC1R gene is an adaptive response to natural selection for different forms of particular genes in different environments. What, woman? She done dropped off. Open the mic and fail. Aboriginal brunette Americans are immune to UVR. How he just used me. I'm just reading back some of the comments, y'all. I'm looking. All right. Sean P. You say my name like 30 times. Sean P. No Native American brunette like my grandma, Sean P. Vino getting killed by the science. I ain't even gonna keep on reading this, bro, because I already read the most significant portions and parts of this on how skin variations occur and the purpose of those skin variations, and why we see those darker skins around the equator. And then while we would see in the same equatorial pattern, if it's a people in a higher elevation, why they don't possess those same darker skins, they may have a lighter skin, and it's due to the elevations, which goes back to those pressures that I tried to explain to people about. The environment has everything to do with how we look as a people, period, point blank. So when V-Note is reading a history book and they're giving an explanation of a people who they don't have a word for or how to define them, and they're just throwing out something, generalizing, just as you can read in Jack D. Forbes' work, they use the word Negro so loosely that they called the Negroes in America, who they called Negroes in America, they labeled them different than they called the Negroes in Africa. All them Negroes in Africa wasn't Guinea or Ghanaian. They weren't from Guinea, but they called them Negroes de Guinea or whatever the hell they was calling. And then they called the other Negroes de Terra. That was the separate thing between the two, so that they can distinguish that because of the phenotype, the outward appearance of what they were seeing. They really wasn't seeing black people. They were just loosely using the word that they were using back where they from to explain to themselves what they saw. But you take that as it meaning something else, and you ain't even got the goddamn evidence for that. But you running around this bitch, running your mouth, and everybody chat, sucking AP dick, doing all this whole other crazy shit, just so you can try to justify your stupidity by wanting to be something that you motherfucking ain't. What up, old dog? So when I'm listening to shit like this, and I took my time on that, I literally took my time on that for a reason. I literally just took my time on that because I needed it, and I ain't even done with it. But the mere fact that I just needed to get that going, just so when we hear you talking like this and you over there dick riding and trying to be something you ain't. Yeah.
But look, I'm gonna read this note because I said I was gonna pull it up. This is from the American Indian Encyclopedia, and this says urban planning. You read this? You see this V note? I don't know if you can see it. It says
this dude is reading American Indian Contributions to the World, a PDF. We can go get this PDF. Nigga, you just said earlier in the same bill, AP, that you wasn't even fucking Indian. You claim to be American. You claim to be the people that they first seen. Then you went in here and typed in urban plan for whatever pseudo-ass reason to read this V note to say what?
It's urban
planning. Yeah, I'm driving right now, but I'm listening.
It says urban planning. It goes back 1700 BCE. That's a little bit over 20, 30, what is that? 3,700 years ago, okay? Almost 4,000 years ago in North America, Southeast, South American Andres and Mesoamerican culture. It's that urban planning involved the design of cities to improve equality of life. Some of the issues that urban planners must take into account are population density, transportation, environmental issues, and sanitation. You understand, Brother Vino? This goes back over almost 4,000 years in North America.
I get. What's the city name?
The couple cities. Let's see if they can name some for you. Also see cities First American, blah blah blah. So they're gonna go into some of the Olmec culture.
None of they got nothing to do with none of y'all.
So Mesoamerica, places like Cahokia. There's tons of them, brother.
He didn't wasn't even clear on why he was even bringing this source. He wasn't clear on why he was bringing this source. But he was just reading this. Fuck, I done clicked off the video, bro. Hopefully y'all can still hear this dumb ass nigga. I hope it don't start over. And all right, I start sharing my screen. I ain't even trying to hear no more of that dumb ass shit. He brought that out to say that didn't explain. Okay, based on the question that Vino asked, him using that source did not explain why he called himself an American. The etymology of the word was one of his explanations. Then Vino says, but where's the Americans in history? Like, we ain't got nobody writing about these people calling themselves American, right? Because he is setting down that he's a fucking Indian. Vino, when the fuck did you become West Indian? You never claimed to become West Indian until you got caught up in this wannabe Panama shit. And that ain't even helping you. You ain't a fucking West Indian. You ain't Seminole. Your motherfucking ass is African. Period, point blank. But this nigga that sent you on a sesame seed hunt, and you knew you're in your own right mind when you heard him say something that American shit, that didn't even sit right with you. But you weren't trying to disagree with him on his panel because you and him on the same type of time. Y'all like lying and shit to yourself. But you knew, you was like, but we can't find us in history. If we call ourselves Americans, we ain't gonna be able to find that in history. And you know why you can't find it in history? Because the shit's made up, nigga. Kevin Troy, absolutely. You know that he was getting sleepy because there wasn't no pictures. The remedial motherfucker can't even pay attention. Look at him. No, how was you still here? What source did you have? What source did you have to say that you was here, Vino? You're not American. You're not an Indian. You're not FBA. You're not Aboriginal. You're not indigenous. You got a whole bunch of shit working against you, partner. You got a whole bunch of shit working against you. So, you know, I don't know how you gonna try to flip the script on that, partner. Straight up. You lost in a bunch of sauce. You confused about who you really are. You try to get on the panel with him and act like you know who you are, but nigga, you didn't even sound confident enough. They hit you with that American bullshit and you was like, what the fuck is that? And that's some real shit. You was like, what the fuck is that shit? And it's okay, you can say it. Because you didn't know what the fuck it was. He didn't even know what it was. He wasn't even explaining it to you. Like where you could get it. And you knew it too. But you so, how I want to say this. You one of them dudes that you just ain't gonna be real and say what it is. You gonna let them slide with that dumb shit. That's what you did. You let them slide with that dumb shit. Straight up. And it's just that simple. White folks didn't say the people look like you when they pulled up. Facts. They don't have a single account of a Spanish person writing from an eyewitness account that said the people that they first saw were black. You ain't got an account in Panama. You ain't got an account in Florida. You ain't got a nowhere. Nowhere. You ain't got no account. So what you gonna keep on lying about? What you gonna keep lying about? Cause we right here. We ain't ducking no smoke. We right here. We want to see the evidence. We want to see the evidence. You done took us on a wild goose chase all over the fucking place, but you can never provide us the evidence. Every source you give us tell you that these Negroes were people that was enslaved and brought over here by other people, and then you want to sit here and say something that it ain't saying. You just want to keep on making up shit. At what point are you gonna mature and admit that you on some bullshit? Just admit it, man. Every account that you have shown people, Vino, and the listening audience, every source that you have provided us gives a clear description of all the people that they saw. And the people that they haven't contacted, who haven't seen Europeans, they have images of those peoples in those places with them shooting arrows at drones and other things that were taking pictures of them. So for you to sit here and say, you think they touched an island, they know everyone, no. Your ass wasn't here. They told you in your own sources, Balboa told you that they've been bringing black people with them on ships from Africa since they've been traveling over this motherfucker since 1490s. You ain't got no argument. You sound just like Tariq when he tries to use Aloha and talk about the 1526 situation in North Carolina. But what he leaves off is that them black people that they brought over that revolted during that stop, that revolted and ran away, they got them motherfuckers from Africa. So the whole notion of this so-called 1526 people that broke off and revolted and built up towns, there ain't no goddamn black towns by no black. There ain't no towns that were near Indians that was built up by black people. Nah, he made that shit up. Then he go shit like this. Show us your family member that was on a slave boat. Negro, my family member was in the Caribbean first. Came up from the Caribbeans into what we know as North Carolina today. From there, traded off in from North Carolina into Tennessee. And guess how I got that information? I got help on getting that information from goddamn True Story, which led me on a journey to find out more shit that I dug up that substantiated that. But me having a conversation with him about some shit that I was going through and that I discovered on my own merit and put that piece together. He told me, "Now you got to go look over here. You go look over here. Boom, you find that arrival." So I can show you that in the conversation over with. You can't show me your people being in the America at all, at no point, at any time in history. You ain't got one. You ain't even got no oral tradition to say that shit. You claiming to be in Florida and then being a whole part of the Trail of Tears shit. Guess what? Them Seminoles that you trying to claim, them black Seminoles that you was talking about on AP show, them black Seminoles were of African descent, and they been told you that. They've been told you that. You ain't got nobody in Florida that was, look at that, 1780 Florida. You just proved my point. The motherfuckers from the Gullah Geechee. Nigga, you was trash, nigga. Hold on, y'all. I need to go get me something to drink. This nigga here is trash. You a pathetic piece of shit.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all
Died
ain't
by
find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all
I
did.
don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to his me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
Vino Talaya. Y'all heard it here first. Vino Talaya. Watching. Sutek said you was on a whole nother dude lap. Riding him. We know what you really are. We know what you really are. We know what you really are. I'm gonna pull it up. Yeah, we know what you really are. Everybody in the chat see it. We know what you really are. Mm-hmm. I had to, in order for me to share my sources, like them books, I have to put them in my Google Drive so that I can bring them up via to drive so y'all can see them. Because apparently StreamYard has an issue with that share option. Unless Kofi tell me how to fix it. Should be option 19. I'm about to say I need to hit Kofi up on some business. Let's watch you do that. Let's watch you. Pseudo ass. Then you finna be mad. If the video will play now, you finna be mad. Let me start sharing real quick. I really need to refresh this shit. I'm gonna put you all the way off. Mm-hmm. Crybaby ass. All you do is go from channel to channel selling that bullshit ass mythology of yours.
They go into places like Chicago, Cahokia. There's tons of them, brother.
Oh, my bad.
Tons of them.
Chicago.
You hear me?
Yeah. Chicago was the city what it is. Chicago what it is. The city what it is now. They was playing in Chicago.
BCE building and shit. This motherfucker ain't even reading the source.
Well, the term Chicago comes from indigenous word. You want me to show you who created the term Chicago? Like, do you want me to see the word?
Yeah.
What language it come from too?
Yeah, so
you know.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just saying, I'm here. I'm saying, are you saying Chicago been here since the 17th BC?
Yeah, I'm saying
I got way too much shit over. Hold on, y'all.
Yes, I'm saying yes. They've been here. Places like Memphis.
Okay, so they the Americans.
People like Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, these places have been around for thousands of years. And with City Planet, I just read it for you. At least almost 4,000. I'm gonna say 3,500 years minimum.
Okay.
And this is
okay. So they ain't called Chicagoans or Memphisans. They called Americans. But they ain't called after they.
They probably had their own indigenous names. You know what I'm saying? That Europeans probably labeled today. But we are reading a contemporary book that's using contemporary language for us to identify. You understand, Brother Vino?
Okay. So them same people will be Indians, and y'all saying that they ain't real.
No, I'm saying that they are labeled as Indian. Yeah, I'm saying that. I've never said it.
You don't know what the fuck
I'm
he's
just saying that
He just saying, okay, and keep on. He got more questions.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with but there's a problem for niggas to call themselves an Indian now.
The problem with you calling yourself an Indian, I just think it's a problem when someone else gets mad at another term that someone else has used. So, for instance, all these terms are mislabeled. So, Indian, etc. So, if you use Indian and it's okay with you, it should be okay for the next person to use the next mislabeling. If it's okay with them, because they all mislabel. So, somebody use black. I shouldn't hear somebody say, you shouldn't use the word black. That's the mislabeling term. All of it is. It's a contradiction. So I don't get mad with none of the terms that nobody uses. You know what I'm saying? That would be a contradiction for me.
I mean, nigga, I guess it's a
story of people that they try to over. You ever for the white guy?
You know, he don't care who the people is. It was people here before the white people. The people that was here before the white people ain't you, and you wasn't here before those people. The white people brought you here. Who you calling the wood is the people that brought you here. Ain't no other way around it, you know. Ain't no way around it. You on here doing some yes man shit. Looks like your camera was unplugged. Oh man, we back to that shit. Vino, you ain't even here at all.
Oh, why would you say that?
Because they here before the wood.
What?
What? Denzel is a white man now. He knew what you meant when you was asking him about that bullshit. Denzel a white man now. Roberts. That's a white man name. Calvin with the C. Here we go. Woo! Woo! He told you that you gotta do more research. That the white people, he told you. He told you that you gotta do more research. He said that you gotta do more research. He said you gotta do more research because he hit you with the flim flam bam. I told you. Now Black European is back on the table.
So let me just break this down. White people are not indigenous or original to no continent.
How the fuck what? They're not indigenous or aboriginal to no continent? Motherfucking white people developed the white skin gene developed on a goddamn continent, which would make them indigenous too. The development of the skin pigmentation, the white gene, 20 to 30,000 years ago, developed on a continent in Eurasia, which is where they would be indigenous to. We just read about a skin color, how motherfuckers' skin variations transpired as motherfuckers got closer away from the equator. Them white people were in Eurasian area, and they are fucking indigenous to those areas. Motherfuckers didn't go over there and then they just became white. There was a process through natural selection and those selected pressures that created the environment for that gene to transpire and be passed down, and it continued to be passed down through admixture and otherwise. How the fuck he sit here and say that with a straight face? Both of you, just the blind leading the blind, dumb, and dumber.
No punch.
That's from out of state.
Say what?
They from out of
He
state.
asked you, was they from outer space, nigga?
I don't know.
He asking you where the white people from.
Where they from? I can just say I don't know. We know.
Don't know where the fucking white people. Know where the fucking white people from? Where the fuck the white people? He don't even know where the white people come from, bro. He said, I don't know where they come from. They ain't indigenous to no continent. This is the type of shit that went on for over an hour on his channel. And they got 9 hours of this bullshit. Gossiping like bitches for 9 hours. And Vino participating in it. Gossiping like a little bitch. No sources. But you up there gossiping like a little bitch. Right, you got the blue-eyed gene, You got the skin gene. You got other genes that are developed outside of the continent of Africa that shows you that these people, their origins, specifically their origins. And I know people catching a replay, you're going to be able to see the chat. The SL24A5. We talk about it all the time. This how we know that black people that claim to be indigenous in the Americas ain't motherfucking indigenous in the Americas. They ain't. They ain't. Motherfucker is crazy. Just out here saying any old motherfucking thing that they want to say. Any old motherfucking thing. This motherfucker just stupid. Just dumb, bro. 9 hours of that type of shit. Dumb, and dumber. They didn't bring up a single source. They didn't talk about none of the important shit. They just went dumb, and dumber. So real quick, I know I mentioned this earlier on before I went on this tangent and started talking about all this other shit. But I wanted to talk to y'all real quick about why Leo Weiner is dangerous for our ancestor, Dr. Van Sertima. And so what I'm about to do is I'm about to bring up this other book that's written by Leo Weiner. And I'm just going to show one claim in this book. There's many in the 3-volume set. But this claim right here, he says, in Africa and in Europe, there's this ball game became associated with the intercalary days and gained semi-religious significance. Precisely, the same has taken place in Mexico, where the names connected with the game derived from the Arabic bear conclusive proof of the African origin of a Mexican culture. He makes the claim that there is an African origin of Mexican culture. Let him continue. He says that the Torquemada described the Mexican ball game as follows. These Indian tribes know the game of ball as we play it, though they play it differently from us. The place where it was played is called Tlachco, which is like our cricket ground. They used to make the ball from the gum of a tree which grows in the hot lands and which, when taped, the steel stick white drops that very soon congeal and being pressed and kneaded become blacker than pitch. From this ula, they made their balls, which although heavy, hard, blah, 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 blah. Talking about the ball and out of this shit that they talking about. This game right here. Mexican ball game, ball ground. They like to kick it. They kick the ball with the haunches or the buttocks and not with any. It was agreed by them that the game was lost by him who touched the ball with another part of the body, then the haunch, buttocks, or shoulder. And this was done very gracefully by them, and that the ball might more easily rebound, yada, 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 yada. My point is this. In talking about this game, in Mexico, Leo Weiner, as you heard, claims that the game has African origins. He does not, I repeat, he does not show the evidence. There's no proof into what he's saying. There's no Africans that are saying this, that, or the third. He is clearly, admittedly, he don't source nothing. There's no source for what he's talking about. He gonna say that these motherfuckers aren't creative enough to come up with their own goddamn style of play that would be indicative to them people and handle their business the way they handle their business. That's like super duper crazy. That these people ain't wise enough to create their own style of game. African origin of Mexican culture. Why they couldn't be viewed? Oh, it's got to load. I did have to restart that, and I did. Fuck. I don't feel like going back. Search here. Man, and then he dedicated a whole volume to that's got something to do with tobacco. He's saying that motherfucking the smoking of tobacco comes from. Then he started claiming that certain type of tobacco trade with Africans and Indians. Does he provide a source for that? No. So it just continues to go on and on. This is one of the many issues with using Leo Weiner, that the ball game in vogue throughout the regions visited by the early voyagers is of African origin. This can be further proven by the very vocabulary connected with the game. In the Carib, according to Britain, the gummy substance from which the ball was made and the ball itself are called tibuli. The same name is found in the Aztecian tapayuli or tapayuli ball. Both are ultimately from Arabic. What the fuck? He goes on. Mindi, Monday, Mendingo, Malinke words. In the West Indian islands, the ball in the place where it is played is by the early writers given as bati, but that is not a native word. For Durand informs us that the batel was the Spanish term for the rubber, that the first part of the Natal word is from Arabic, taba. How in the fuck did you come to that conclusion, bro? Think about and read during an era of an academic assault on world history being told by from people from the Western world trying to so elegantly stay claim to shit. Think about that. This is why I said there's a huge problem with trying to rely on arguments made by Van Sertima because they're not his arguments. They are directly impacted by reading the works of Leo Weiner. And I'm telling you right now, he relied on Leo Weiner's assertions of linguistic data. That's why he named the book The African Presence in Ancient America. And that's why Leo Weiner is in every goddamn chapter. And that's a problem. I said, jealousy, I said, got the whole industry mad at me, I said. Man, they definitely want to be y'all. That boy Vino, Vino mad. FBA is short for Flex Bank Account. We all know what the Flex Bank Account about. But Leo Weiner did this, bro. This ain't even a half. Look. The identity of the nomenclature connected with the game in Mexico and Africa preclude all chance development or piecemeal, but as an organic whole. What in the flying fuck? So the resemblance of the American ball game to the African celebrations during the vernal equinox or that beginning of the new year. Bro, this shit don't even make no sense, bro. This shit don't even make no sense. It is yet to clearly to write history of the advance of civilizations from the infancy to the present time. What you trying to say, bro? You already said it 1,000 times, bro. You saying the Arabs influenced the Africans, Africans influenced the that what you said in your book 52 times in every version of the book, in all 3 volumes. You have literally said that these people that populated this place, which are not Vino, which ain't AP, you saying all that shit come from Africa. Listening to that during those times, man, that's why I said put yourself in the shoes of Ben Sertimo, and you hearing a Russian Jewish gentleman for the first time in his works arguing against Western academia about the African influence in early Americas. It would intrigue the hell out of you during that time when you don't have all the ducks in a row to write about some shit you're studying and about these writers, because now you're trying to defend and protect Africa because nobody's talking about Africa. Everybody's talking around Africa. And a Negro like this pulls out this bull jump, and it is straight bull shiggity. To the max. This ain't even the only thing. I'm just bringing this to your attention because I know y'all ain't even know that they try to say that these motherfuckers couldn't independently create the same goddamn game where they play a similar way. It's like basketball, right? As an example. In Nashville, when we play basketball, we play a game, we might call it 36. Right? We might call it 36. Cool. And we might have some rules in 36 where it's everybody for themselves. But if you gotta win by, you might gotta win by 4 points. You can't win by 2. Right? You can't just make a bucket and it be the game. So what I mean by that is, if I got 34 and you got 34, the game go to 38. You got to win by 2 buckets. So you got to win by 4. But it's every man for itself. But see, if I go to Chattanooga, they might play the game a whole nother way. Instead of 36, they might play 21. And they might say you got to win by 2. And they might count layups as 1 point, 3-pointers as 2 points type shit. See, at 36, you count 3s and 2s. Ain't no 1s. So basically, we in the same state. We just only a couple of hours, some change apart, and the game is played differently. These people are over 5,000 miles apart from each other with no contact of knowing who the fuck Africans are and Africans know who the fuck they are. And these games are independently being housed up because remember, he also said Europe is playing a similar game, but he never said that the Africans taught the Europeans the game. That was never mentioned. Only that the Africans taught the natives. See the disingenuous bullshit? If the Africans taught them, then the Africans taught everybody motherfucking else. No. Y'all try to give credence to the Arabians and say that the Arabs taught the Africans and the Africans taught the motherfuckers. The natives. That's bullshit. Vino don't even play fucking soccer. And this bitch running around here trying to claim that he an Abo, that he indigenous, that he an Indian. Man, these motherfucking people, man, it's crazy. See, look, Pure Black said in Indiana he played 31. You could go in the paint until you score 16. Or you couldn't go in the paint till you score 16. See what I'm saying? That's a whole nother style of play. In New Jersey, they go to 21. They count 1s. They count 1s all the way. But in New Jersey, where I was in New Brunswick, New Jersey, they played on 8-foot goals. They didn't have 10 feet rims. They played on 8-foot goals. That was unique. They had whole parks out there with 8-foot rims, goals. White Europeans have been trying to colonize Native American pre-Columbian history with anyone but Native Americans since 1490. The same shit that they did in Africa, Kevin Troy. They did the same shit in Africa. That's why I said what I said the other day. I said the same way the Europeans did Africans, some Europeans are doing that with Native Americans, with y'all peoples. But here go the thing though. Even Western scholarship don't even attain to or wasn't making these assertions. Leo Weiner wasn't even Western academia. Leo Weiner was from Russia. He was a Jewish guy. He wasn't a part of Western academia. He was fighting against Western academia and pseudorized the shit up and said that the Arabs taught the Africans and the Africans taught the motherfucking natives over here. That's crazy. It's just like the game of spades, bro. Some people play Joker, Joker, Deuce, Ace. Some people play Joker, Joker, Ace. Some people play without the big jokers. Some people play and play with just the deuces. Shit crazy, bro. Yeah, I'm still alive, bro. Kicking his knowledge. Showing you how Leo Weiner is a thief. Yeah. But nah, man, that's pretty much it for the show, bro. I don't want to go hard no more. I had Melanated Goddess on here. She extended the show because she had an hour and a half for goddamn trying to Talk. Can't argue against that. Can't argue against that. I think that's a big big issue. Big issue. But we're here now, man. So what can we say? What can we do? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know? I don't know. I gotta work tomorrow, bro. Martin Luther King birthday, bro. Some bullshit. I volunteered though. Fucked up. I shouldn't have volunteered. Then it made them bitch ass change my goddamn off day. Whole ass motherfucker, man. But I appreciate everybody tapping in, man. You know what I'm saying? I really do. I hope y'all learned something today. I hope I was able to shed light on some shit that y'all ain't really paid attention to. I apologize for the interruptions from Melanated Goddess. You know what I'm saying? She had been drinking, you know what I'm saying? Turning up. You know she listening right now too. But nah, man, Leo Weiner is a dangerous guy, bro. He's dangerous. And what's even more pathetic is that he have this hypothesis, and he's got outdated information, and he doesn't use a proper methodology, because he does make these assertions on his own merit. He'll take an account like De La Force say, and he'll just kind of mess it up a little bit. He said she made vegan tacos today. Probably. Shit. She was on one today though. If anybody new coming into the channel though, shoot, they wasn't, you know what I mean? They need to speak up, man. They need to say something. I slow it down for them if they really here to learn. But if you just, you just over here on some messy shit, you ain't finna learn nothing that way. We'll cut your ass out. You smell me? Oh, she announced it yesterday that she was making vegan tacos today. Oh, did she do that on Smoke Signal channel? Or she did it on here, and that's when I fell off the stream. You know, because she is a world-renowned traveler. You smell me? So yeah, man, let's see. She made them last night. It was on your channel. Oh, okay. Yeah, I ain't hear that part. I guess that's when I fell out. She crazy though. I got like 30 seconds. Hey, Honey Clark, you still here? I got a question. Sean P, Oh yeah, Pure Black. Yeah, I unsubscribed from his channel, from Unbiased channel. Yeah, I ain't rocking with that. I know his motive. He got a motive. You feel me? Like his shit ain't rooted in reality no more. His shit rooted in make believe, bro. I ain't fucking with that. You got me fucked. I ain't doing that. He on his own. And he's so fresh in it that he ain't gonna want to debate that shit. Guarantee you. He ain't gonna want to stand on business. Not over that. But nah, man, listen, I appreciate everybody for tapping in. I'm gonna get the fuck on up out of here. Y'all like the show, share the show, tell a friend. We appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all go to Same Tree Different Branch Publishing. Purchase books, books, clothing, and everything on the website now. So we appreciate all y'all, man. Enjoy y'all evening. Hopefully y'all learn something more about Martin Luther King. One good thing you ain't know before.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find
his
y'all
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to his me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.